Hello, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners work session, where we will be continuing our discussions on the Aspen Airport Visioning Committee recommendations. I'm Kelly McNicholas Curry, the Vice Chair. Also in the room with me is Commissioner Patty Clapper, County Manager John Peacock, Andrew Shoemaker, our IT staff helping us with the webinar. And joining us from home are Commissioners George Newman, Greg Poshman, and Chair Steve Childs running just a little bit late, but he will be joining us here in the room this morning. So I will start us off and turn it over here to County Manager John Peacock to give us an update of where we're at.
All right. Thank you, Kelly. So we scheduled a large block of time today to continue working through the recommendations. It is not staff's expectation that the board is going to come to a final recommendation today, but that we will work through to see where we have consensus on the Vision Committee's recommendations, where the board has consensus on modifications to some of those recommendations, and where we still have outstanding questions. And I know we still have outstanding questions from past meetings that we'll bring back for kind of final resolution and direction from the board at a future meeting. But we thought a large block of time today to work through as much as we could, get to those final kinds of questions, and if we need to bring additional expertise in, as we have in the past to help answer those, we'll do that. Where I wanted to start today actually is to take a little step back and make sure we captured yesterday's conversation on the gates properly in terms of the board's recommendations, and then pick up on our discussion about the airfield location, either leaving it where it is or moving it. We have additional information that we'd like to go through with the board to help inform that discussion, including just kind of a comparison of what's happening with the what was proposed in the original EA, the differences with the Vision Committee's recommendation. We have some very preliminary cost estimates. I want to be very clear that those are preliminary, that they are not engineered at this point, but they can give you an order of magnitude comparison between the two options and what's changed. And then we'll answer questions from there. Assuming we get through all of that, then we will move on to the final recommendations of the Vision Committee. So with that, I'm going to try and share my, I've been disabled for the, okay, there we go, no problem. Okay, hopefully we can all see this now. So yesterday we had a good, robust conversation about the number of gates. Staff's understanding of the direction from the board is that the terminal should be between 6 and 8 gates, that the initial design will be for 6 gates, with the opportunity to expand, whoops. Oh, okay, with the opportunity to expand to 7 or 8 gates, and then during terminal design, the board would consider additional information and impacts of the initial number of gates.
Sounds good
Did that
to me.
capture?
George, you have a question? Go ahead.
Yeah, John, I thought that you were going to start with looking at the pros or cons of a 6-gate as the initial step versus the initial design. Did I miss that?
Well, we can we can certainly approach during design, George, bringing that initial kind of pros and cons or information. I thought the compromise yesterday, and that's why I'm rechecking with you to make sure we captured it. I thought the compromise yesterday was to start with the assumption that we wanted to build a terminal that could be expanded up to 8 gates, that the initial design consideration, the starting point, would be at 6 gates, but that we would basically go through that conversation then about what the impacts to flow and experience and such based on the most current data post-COVID lockdown is for that final design, and so whether it's going to be 6, 7, or 8 gates.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
But if I didn't capture that correctly, that's why I wanted to bring it back to y'all.
Well, it's just the wording. The wording sounds like you just want to focus on the initial design as 6, but you don't talk about looking at the implications as part of that decision.
Okay,
I think
we
you're
can.
just missing some wording.
If the board is open, we can add some language to that effect.
Greg?
John, George, what I thought I heard also that I thought was intriguing and worthwhile is that the airport terminal itself is designed, of course, to be able to accommodate an expansion. So some of the, the stuff that's hard to build extensions onto is done. So it's 8-gate ready, although we might be at 6 or 7 gates. And that was intriguing to me because it means we'll have a good space that will be able to accommodate the Christmas rush crowds, yet be spacious the rest of the time. And if we need, if we discover that we're not really doing much for the public by keeping it at 6 gates, when we add a 7th, we can do it easily. And that really that appealed to me. That we're starting small and we're being frugal and parsimonious in a way is good, I think, in these times. So that's what I was looking at, and I think you said that, and I'm comfortable with it.
I would also just add that I'd like to see the last 2 bullets from the initial recommendation carried over with maybe just a little adjustment. So where it says permit an 8th gate, maybe we say permit an additional gate only if approved. And then also comfortable gate seating. Yeah, Patty.
Yeah, on the comfortable gate seating, I don't want to be building the church for Easter Sunday when it says accommodate every person on the aircraft. That could be like 2,000 seats out there if we had 6 gates with planes coming and going. So I mean, it could be a lot of seats. So I think we just I'm not sure how I would wanna word that, but that could be huge. You know, I mean, we want people to be comfortable, but every person on the aircraft, does that mean when we have backup flights that are delayed because of weather or mechanical, we're seating every person? That would be a huge seating capacity. So
Yeah.
I'd like that to be a little more reasonable.
And I think that would go with the previous recommendation around the irregular operations, where we can unload into a secured area and move people out.
Yeah,
Or an unsecured area, I'm sorry, so that you don't have to build the secured area for twice the number of people.
yeah, so I don't know how because that says gate seating, so that would be people at the gate.
That's
So I don't know
correct.
how we would want to, I don't wanna mislead people to think that everybody's gonna have a seat when the airport is maxed. Cause we might have to shuffle, as we do. So that, I don't know how we wanna word it, if the board has any concerns about that language.
Well, what was the intention of the committee?
I think the intention of the committee, this is, the airport experience committee that, and I think the intent was really to make sure that there's design seating for the design capacity of the gate. And so if we have, let's say go with the vision committee's recommendation of 7 flex gates, that, we understand that there's a range of enplaned passengers that would be able to both board and board and off board or de-emplane within an hour's turn. They want to make sure that there's sufficient room for
So that's
for
like
that turn.
3 something to 400?
Yeah, so it's within a narrower range, and I think the intent was to make sure that we're designing spaces so that that number can be comfortably accommodated, which is not the case actually in our current terminal.
So would you say then for regular operations or something added on there? So it wouldn't mean that when we had, mass backups because of weather and mechanicals, we were giving everybody a comfortable seat?
And,
Just to clarify that.
Yep, we can do that.
Okay,
And I think Rich and G are capturing these.
okay,
these numbers.
great, thank you.
Yeah. We don't have it live in the document because we're presenting and I can't
Right,
type
right, you
into
can't.
it while that's happening.
I have it on my notes, so.
So, just thumbs up, everyone's good with, kind of the changes that have been discussed, and we'll of course represent this in a final document that you'll have another chance to look at. Okay.
Yeah. Hi, Steve, welcome. We'll give you a few minutes to get set up.
It's tough getting into town during the rush hour. When you're trying to use raft bus or drive or no matter how you're doing it, it's tough.
So I'll give Steve just a minute to get settled here and we'll move on to the topic we started yesterday.
But then the other thing too is that we agreed to the special arrival only process. I think that's a really good idea.
That's correct, and that's in the previous
I think that's a
recommendation,
really
so that
good
was
idea.
captured, yeah.
Just to try and facilitate people rather than sitting out on the tarmac in a plane, because it's happened to me before, and we just want to get there.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
okay.
We'll get started in just a minute here as Steve's getting logged on.
Hey, John, just for clarification, on that previous slide, we had kind of a sideways thumb, and I think it was based on the 7 gate. After this discussion, do we have a thumbs up on that now with the flex gates, with the 6 to 8? Because Patty mentioned that last bullet point. If that's something that the board agrees with, it would be better to have a thumbs up on this, knowing that it's all going to get sorted out in the design.
I'm a thumbs up on it.
Yeah, me too.
Okay.
Okay,
Let's see.
good, thank you.
Thanks, Rich.
got to get to my link.
So while Steve's getting on, I'll just set the stage a little bit, because the next two items are probably the most significant conversations for the board in terms of recommendations. At least they were certainly, I think, among the most challenging conversations for the Vision Committee to come to consensus on, and that is the location of the runway. We're going to run that concurrently with looking at non-airlined reserved parking, because those two go together. And then the next issue will be to accommodate the spacing for the full Group 3 and the conditions that the Vision Committee have for that. And so in considering these two recommendations, we want to spend a little bit of time going through some additional background information, comparing the EA proposal, which has the FONSI with the 80-foot runway shift, to the common ground recommendations to leave the runway where it is. So we want to go through the on-the-ground layout. We'll also then go through at a high level preliminary cost estimates for both, so you understand the potential cost differences. I will say that those costs are going to evolve. These are not engineered costs, so they're estimates at this time. They're probably, as most estimates are this early in a process, they're probably they'll be a little bit on the high side, but it'll give you a good idea of comparison, and then bring it back to this conversation about the Vision Committee's recommendations, if that's okay. So in terms of leaving the runway where it is, the Vision Committee recognized this would require work and approvals from the FAA. Which would include discussions to relocate the existing tower. Until that happened, we would need to have the FAA agree to an operating exception for GA aircraft movements until the tower is relocated, or an alternative option. The FAA is starting to look at alternatives to towers like virtual towers, cameras. Our airport has actually been on the leading edge of that and experimenting with cameras in the tower. But the costs that we show you assume basically the worst case scenario of building a new tower versus these other options. It also require moving of the de-icing pads and then construction on the west side, which we'll talk about a little bit more.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
On the tower, in the past, in talking about tower relocation before we were able to try the cameras, which is my understanding has worked rather well, extremely well. Mm-hmm. The new tower would have to be extremely high. Would that be the same case, or do we have any idea if it was to move to the other side?
So we haven't done design, but the idea is that there needs to be visual to both ends of the runway, and so there is a elevation differential, I believe, of 163 feet from one end of the runway to the
Right.
other. So the closer you move the tower to the Aspen or Up Valley side of the airport, you can probably actually reduce the height of the tower. The farther north it is, down valley, that's the side where it's lower. And so right now, it's the tower is located a little bit more on the north side, particularly as the runway was extended to the south. And so if it were to stay where it is, that's correct. The tower height would have to be increased to have the proper visual, but we believe that by moving it up valley, if we were to have a tower, that could address some of those height issues. And likewise, if we were able to do a virtual tower and such, you wouldn't even necessarily need a tower structure. That could be in addition, for example, to the terminal or AOC.
And, but
Airport
to
Operations
be
Center,
able to
sorry.
leave it where it is, we'd have to have this permission for this little, because the GA would have to bump out in encroaching into the obstacle-free zone or the setback, taxiway setback.
That's correct. So maybe,
It's just a detail while we're waiting. I just thought I'd,
yeah, so we're going to go through all
Okay.
of these major changes. So I think, Steve, you've been able to log on here now.
okay,
so
great.
Yeah,
I
I'm all
can wait.
on.
I think what we'll do is maybe just compare at a high level the two layout plans and where the differences are, and then go into the costs. And Patty, I think this will start
Okay,
to get
great.
into
Thank you.
those discussions. So what was approved in the 2018 environmental assessment was leaving the taxiway center line where it is, shifting the center line of the runway 80 feet to the west. There were some questions yesterday about the impact on Owl Creek Road. You can see the little dotted lines here represent a realignment of Owl Creek Road that would need to occur along with the construction of some retaining walls. This would not implicate, we believe we can do this without having to acquire open space, though, that we can do that relocation within the current right-of-way for Owl
would
Creek
it
Road.
require a vote of the people of Aspen to authorize it?
That's correct. Now, if you added a taxiway on that may change that profile. And so we can talk about that. Then there's some there's piping of Owl Creek, relocation of some of the navigation aids, the more significant redevelopment in the FBO area, including relocating the ground service equipment building. That's to move it out of the object-free area. It includes construction of a new terminal, and this was pointed out yesterday that the terminal footprint that was analyzed in the EA was actually 140,000 square foot terminal. I think what we're looking at with the board's recommendation would be significantly smaller than that. It's not designed yet, but we're probably in the 70 to 90,000 kind of square foot range, so could be half of that footprint, and you'll see how that affects costs and such. And then we'd have expansion of the commercial apron. The parking that is currently out there on the land side, the space remains significantly the same, but it would be redeveloped for transit and connectivity and that sort of thing. So the Vision Committee proposed airport layout plan proposes leaving the runway where it is and moving the taxiway to the east. And so the major changes in terms of what's happening on airport, we'll start where you started, Patty. One is the tower, right? And the tower would eventually need to be relocated. We're anticipating that with how basically the east side is basically developed out, that the tower would need to move somewhere on the west side and to the north if it were, to the south if it were to be redeveloped. until the tower was redeveloped, aircraft would have to have an operations piece where while an aircraft was landing or taking off, they would have to hold at this point until air traffic control gave them permission to bump around the tower and taxi up to the takeoff spot. This is not unlike when we had talked about doing a west side taxiway originally. The FAA, it required a bump out for the AOC. In our preliminary conversations with the FAA, they were open to doing that bump out until the AOC was largely depreciated, needed to be redeveloped, at which point we'd be required to move it out of that. So we see that conversation in a similar profile right now. So we'll talk.
John, a question about the tower. Will the tower have to be rebuilt at some point anyhow because of change in technology? It's probably close to obsolete now compared to what a new state-of-the-art tower would be. And if that is the case, I think the FAA would be much more amenable to moving it at some point.
Yeah, so we've started some of those discussions, obviously, just keeping the FAA up on these conversations, and we have not gotten a clear answer when that facility would be deemed, obsolete and in need of replacement. It is obviously an aged facility, and right now we've got the camera technology in there, which is what makes that a usable facility at this point. We believe that it is within our planning time frame that this tower would probably have to be replaced anyway, and so that would be part of our ongoing discussion with the FAA if this is where the board wants to go. So it doesn't make sense for us to go much farther until we know that the board wants us to pursue what recommendation, if any, the board wants us to pursue. And so that's certainly been part of our dialogue already, though, Steve, is that there's only so much useful life of the tower. This is an aged facility already, and isn't it going to have to be replaced and modernized anyway? And so shouldn't we account for that in our planning?
I remember at Stapleton Airfield in Denver when the tower was about the same size as ours, and I toured that when I was a little kid.
Mm-hmm.
Then they built a real tall thing, like 3 times as high or 4 times as high, to replace it at some point in time, but it was just about the same size as that one that we have at Stapleton. So I see that, probably they're going to want to replace it at some point.
Yeah, and I think our hope is also to have the conversation about the new emerging technologies like virtual towers and such, which are probably more consistent with our development pattern, not building a tall structure like that.
John, that brings up another question that I have thought of. Right now, a lot of the employees, like the FAA employees, could ride Raft-A-Bus, get off, and walk to the tower. If they're over on the west side, and it would be the same thing for our airport staff who work on the west side, is there a system, if they arrive on the east side, like on a Raft-A-Bus, do they have vehicles to get around to the other side that they don't have to drive their personal car to work?
There is a vehicle service road, and there are airport service vehicles. So there is the ability to move from the east side to the west side. Right now, employees stationed though at the AOC, we do have affordable housing units there. So some live on site, but for the most part, I believe those folks are driving in. So. There's definitely not RAFTA service available to the west side. So that's something that at this level of planning we haven't dove into yet.
Yeah, and I guess the same thing would go for the GA. I presume they would just drive their vehicles and park them there if they were going to pick up their plane if it's on the west side.
Yeah,
And
we
have sort of a GA parking like we have on the east side right now.
Yeah, we don't anticipate that would create, it would create additional trips on Owl Creek Road, but using the fixed, our based aircraft, they have fewer operations, and so we think that's less impact.
Mm-hmm.
So, tower, oh, sorry, thank you, I can't see. Steve, I think George might have had a question.
Yeah, George? I didn't see anybody's hand up.
Yeah, thanks. Just back to your earlier comment, John, in terms of the tower holding aircraft back by them for the taxiway. How does that line up with the aircraft that are overnighting down by, let's say, by the new terminal? And I guess the second part of that question is, are we looking at expanding that space, given perhaps larger aircraft needing to overnight? Because right now we have up to about 6 or 7 planes that overnight.
Yeah, so George, it won't affect the commercial. So if you can see my cursor, the only aircraft parked on this side of the tower would be impacted, because they have to taxi up here for takeoff. So any aircraft parked on this side of the tower wouldn't be impacted by that operational change. The Vision Committee's recommendation, oh yeah, I don't know if you can see my cursor here, I'll do that.
Yep.
I'm sorry, I'm just gonna repeat that, but these aircraft parked in this area would be the ones that impacted. Aircraft parked on this side of the tower would not be impacted. So
Okay.
yeah.
Patty?
And isn't the plan though, I mean, you probably are, but there was a concern raised by a constituent about the big jets and the fuel they'd use, having to drive across the airport and drive back and blah, blah, blah. But the plan is to leave those big GAs on the same side as they are now on the east side, and bring the smaller GA or that are going to be there for a longer period of time, and the locals to the west side. So that would eliminate the need for the big fuel guzzling GAs to travel back and forth unnecessarily.
Well, I will say that, right now, those aircraft are kind of parked in that aircraft carrier style parking here, which is closer to the takeoff point. The recommendation was to move the larger GA farther to the north, so you do have this additional taxiing that would happen. The trade-off was really moving the impacts from a noise perspective and air quality perspective, keeping the larger jets away from the North 40. It was a nod to reducing the impact on the neighbors.
But the specific concern the constituent raised was bringing them all the way across the runway to the west side.
Yeah, and that is one of the reasons for the fixed base. I think this is our fixed base folks account for about 10 operations a day.
Yeah.
Which is not a high number, and so
That's
it reduces
average.
the number of both the runway crossings, which would be managed by air traffic control, and that would have to be another discussion with the air traffic control division, right? Because they will not approve something that's not safe. But these are generally smaller aircraft
Great,
too.
thank you.
Okay, let's go to Greg and then Kelly.
Yeah, I wanted to thank Patty for bringing that up. Regarding the taxiing, I thought the taxiing is an interesting point, but you'd probably need somebody who really understands what trade-offs we'd be making regarding the increased taxiway. I don't think it's significant. The thing that I'm concerned about is just airflow in the general direction. We're going to be moving that GA operation from we're being right across the street from the North 40, which is great. We're going to move it a quarter mile or so to the north. I'm just wondering, do we know where the prevailing winds are blowing? Is it going to really make any difference with air pollution, or air and noise. You know, which way does the wind blow? What times of day does it do it? I'm just wondering if there's a significant gain. As much as I hope it works. I was really attracted to this, but just wondering, do we know enough to know that it's going to make a difference?
I think from a noise perspective, as aircraft are starting up and such, clearly distance is generally a friend. In terms of the prevailing winds and such, that level of analysis hasn't been done at the vision level, Greg, and so, you know, we'd anticipate, you know, NEPA will look at air quality and such. But you know, obviously, depending on which way winds are moving at what time of day, can affect air quality from a pollution source. Were there other?
Yeah, I have a question. Can you help me understand all the different runway to taxiway crossings and which ones are the ones that are you know, that some have raised as being unsafe?
So, and just to be clear, so these crossings here are primarily existing crossings. We'll talk about the change. There's a change here that we need to talk about. The crossings I think you've been getting public comment on are taxiway A1 and I believe that's A3 here to serve the west side. And the concern is, you know, to the degree that you can avoid midfield crossings in design, you generally do that. And so this would be an analysis by air traffic control in the FAA, who really isn't, you know, who really is the final entity to decide whether a configuration is safe or not. And so this would be a new proposal that has not been vetted through ATC air traffic control. We did have some preliminary discussions with the FAA that where staff felt that given the likely volumes and type of aircraft, that a midfield crossing would be a possibility. Steve, we did have a scenario in those preliminary discussions that brought it all the way around the end, and they actually indicated maybe connecting on A1 would be better, but these are not detailed discussions. And so as a vision document, we'd be bringing this to air traffic control, and then we would be having a discussion and bringing alternatives back to you in that. But I think in terms of the public comments you've been hearing, it's these taxiways, Kelly. Mm-hmm. And I will say, in the past, we had been told by air traffic control that they would likely not approve a midway crossing, and that's something that has changed in our discussions with them. So
we could also then, this is a question
Mm-hmm.
then, so we could also include the evaluation of a west side taxiway.
we could include the evaluation of a west side taxiway. I do think that we get into a pinch point here where we may impact open space. But we did originally have a west side taxiway in our, actually it's in our current master plan. It just was not part of our environmental assessment because the funding for it seemed to be so far out in the future. There's a significant amount of excavation, so we can bring some of that background work back to the board.
So kind of on that same topic, if we did do a west side taxiway in the direction of Aspen, would the small GA be able to go in at the old end of the runway, which isn't clear at the new end of the runway and do their takeoff from there, which would shorten the length of the taxiway and I think have less impact on Owl Creek Road. So it wouldn't go the full distance towards Aspen, but most of the way.
And those would be,
A8.
Yeah, those would be detailed things, because then you'd have to figure out what happens if you have a big jet over there. You'd have to get the big jet up there, so.
Well, that would be an FAA
Yeah.
ground control, who gets to take off next. If there's a small plane cutting in there, farther down the runway, basically from where the big jets were.
so the big challenge is excavation. There's a lot of dirt that needs to be moved, which has cost and environmental impacts. That is probably the biggest challenge. But those are certainly options that I think we can bring back to you, the information on what we've learned. And it's all preliminary about the west side. I think if the board sees the need for the ramp space, we're going to have some access to the west side, unless you abandon this ICAO parking, which is the other conversation we need to have. Because part of what's driving the need, if we can keep stepping through, is the structured parking, which facilitates the electric hookups and tempered air, and also provides a safety margin by providing separations that firefighting equipment and such can get into. So those were and that reduces the number of parking spaces that can be on the same amount of tarmac. And so if you want to maintain roughly the same number of aircraft parking spaces, it requires more ramp space. And as you use more of the east side land, that squeezes out to the west side. And so I think the key question is, do you support aircraft parking on the west side? And then we can explore the alternatives in terms of how that is safely accessed and what the relative costs are with the FAA.
George?
So, John, I wonder if you just quickly summarize why the FAA has sort of a change of heart or opinion in terms of now being able to utilize a midway crossing.
Well, I don't know that we know that for sure yet, George, because we took the conversations far enough to know that it would be a feasible consideration by the FAA, but they have not given us a determination because we don't have a design, and we couldn't say that this is a direction that the airport sponsor, being the board, wanted to go. And so, frankly, I think overall it's been a change in staff who are more willing to consider operating changes, holding aircraft before crossing the runway. But this is not a done deal. We need to know first, is this a direction that the board would like to go, to achieve other goals? And if so, we'll go and have those conversations with the FAA and confirm it and what it needs to look like.
Okay, that's great. And then if that's positive, then that gives us some good information. And if it's negative, then we sort of go back to Plan A.
Yeah, or it may be something in the middle, like what's been suggested here. Do we need to look at extending a taxiway further? What's the relative costs and benefits of those options?
Yeah, because as you mentioned at our last meeting, all of the timing and the movements in terms of what happens first depends on if we utilize the west side or not.
That's correct. And, a lot of the environmental goals, electrification of the airfield, tempered air, some of the on-the-ground safety goals in terms of accessing aircraft if there, is a fire or such, is what led the Vision Committee to recommend the more structured parking. concerns about increasing the number of drop and goes if we, though, reduce the number of aircraft that we're allowed to park at the airport, is what led the Vision Committee to look at accommodating roughly the same number of parking spaces by considering West Side development. They did not want to necessarily right away build additional parking, because there's also a concern about induced demand, that if we create more parking, we may create more operations, but that we would continue analyzing that and have an expansion opportunity if it is determined that more parking spaces may reduce the number of drop and goes.
Okay.
So,
Greg?
I'd have to say I certainly support looking and approving the idea of moving it, some of the apron over to the west side, the parking over on the west side, mainly because I'm concerned about space. I certainly want to see the electric hookups. I want to see that move forward. And also, I'm concerned that we're going to be encroaching on the buffer between the airport and the airport parking and the highway. I really appreciate that we have trees, we have the screening, natural screening. It's well screened and could be. Hopefully, we can maintain that. Otherwise, we're going to have what looks like a industrial park out there. Mm-hmm. So, if we can push some of the general aviation parking to the west and create a better looking landscape and give more room for design of something that's aesthetic and appropriate to our preferences culturally, I think it's a good thing.
well, we are moving, I just want to be clear, we are moving more to the east in terms of vehicle parking and around here, but the plan does maintain berm and sound wall kind of infrastructure, with the ability to landscape it, I think, for those visual impacts on the Highway 82 side. And so that is anticipated.
Yeah. I want to make sure that is included in our criteria, only because a sound wall can be much different from something, a screen that's both visual and sound, and I think that's an important aspect. Mm-hmm. I think what we're trying to do is stuff an awful lot of activity into a very confined space here, and if we have to go west to do some of that, great.
So
Let's see.
I guess, are there more questions?
Yeah, Kelly had her hand up.
Okay.
Yeah. Was there any West Side use in the original EA, and does the FAA have any expectation that we use that space?
So in the master plan, there was a second FBO actually anticipated on the west side with a west side taxiway. That was not evaluated in the environmental assessment because the funding was not within the reasonable timeline for doing the EA for that infrastructure from the FAA. The FAA does require that land, or public airport, if there is land that the airport has that is available for an aviation purpose, that it be provided on a fair and equitable basis. So I think the FAA does have an expectation that airport land will be put towards some aviation purpose or airport use. But we did not clear anything in the EA on the west side. This would represent a change to the airport master plan, and anything on the west side. So these areas that are highlighted in red would with the exception of the open space impact here, would require additional NEPA process, Kelly. So we anticipate for west side, we need to either amend our existing EA or have a new EA process. We need to clarify that with the FAA. Similarly, we did not consider relocation of the tower, and so that would require NEPA determination. The plan also requires us to move the de-icing pads farther to the east, which was also not anticipated in our original NEPA footprint, so that would probably need to be reevaluated. This infrastructure may not fall under NEPA, but would fall under safety, because this taxiway, you can see in the original EA, it goes all the way to the end of the runway. Because you're moving to the east and Highway 82 is here, we need to move taxiway A9 towards the down valley side, and so that would require additional kind of safety evaluation.
That in effect would make the runway a little bit shorter for takeoffs, is that right?
Yeah, but you still have the teacup infrastructure. It'd just be used in reverse. So, and those of you who've been on a plane that's had to hold, aircraft cross and then hold in the teacup and then take off. So our proposal would be, particularly during the summer months, that aircraft would hold on this side.
So then they get the
take
full
off.
runway
And they
to
get the
take
full
off.
runway.
Because they
yeah.
need more lift in the summer.
But that would be a conversation with the FAA also.
I have another question.
Kelly?
Sorry, thanks. With regards to the original plan to move the runway, did that also envision the ICAO parking?
No, it did not. We're going to talk about, there's a lot in the Vision Committee recommendations that were not in this original plan. So the ICAO parking, the electrification of the airfield, the air tempering, you'll see there's no solar infrastructure. I think there's always an anticipation of like rooftop kind of solar, but no solar farm. So there are a lot of differences based on the community's input and goals that are built into the Common Ground recommendations. And I'm foreshadowing for you that there are additional costs associated with those recommendations too, and some things that are less expensive. Leaving the runway where it is generally a less expensive capital project, but we've added costs in other areas to meet our environmental and safety goals on the ground.
So I guess I'm wondering, is there a way to compare or know if in the original proposal to move the runway, would there still be a need to put parking on the west side if we committed to the ICAO standard?
We have not done that analysis, and so that is a question that we can definitely look at. My sense is, I'm not going to make a guess. I think we should ask the engineers.
So,
Hey, John, one answer to that may be if you do the ICAO and if you want to hold with the Common Ground recommendations, to keep it status quo with the parking, you would need to do that. I mean, otherwise, you're going to eliminate some of the parking on the other side, and there was a concern about the drop and goes. So,
but Rich, is that true if the runway moves 80 feet to the west?
Yeah, the ICAO parking, I believe, is going to force that, from what I recall from Kimley Horn, to try to keep that standard.
Let's see if we can dig that up, and
Okay.
if we did that analysis, let's bring that analysis back.
so
Okay, we'll do that.
John, looking at the Vision Committee recommendation with the runway staying the same, that west side taxiway has to be 400 feet over. And it looks like then the AOC is in the way, or it'd be the taxiway, if we extended it farther up, the AOC would be in the way, is that correct?
That is correct.
And
so-
if we might need a modification of standards to have planes go around the AOC, if we did extend the taxiway farther towards Aspen?
It would be the same as what we're talking about with the tower. And so the discussions we had during the master planning process was to have that bump out, but that we would commit that as the building depreciated and needed to be replaced or expanded, that we would relocate it out of that area to achieve the full 400 feet.
And if the runway were moved 80 feet to the west, it would be even more profound of a impact. The AOC would really be in the way then,
That's correct.
to the amount that it would just have to be moved somewhere else.
And that was part of, not affecting that infrastructure now is part of the reason, we looked at the A1 and A3 midfield crossings for a conversation with the FAA.
Uh-huh.
So I think what we'd like to do, we have an overlay that's you can see a little bit, Steve, from the bump out, the hashtags in red are where infrastructure development would happen with the 80-foot shift versus green, which is the Vision Committee recommendation. This is a little bit hard to read on here, I think. Before I think it might be good to, though, talk a little bit about the estimated costs associated with both recommendations, and then maybe we can bring it back to kind of the additional kind of questions and thoughts of the board. So for the improvements, this is inclusive of the environmental recommendations and solar. We're estimating in today's dollars that landside, airside, terminal, the project from 2021 through 2031 is estimated at just over $424 million. I need to emphasize that these are not engineered estimates at this point, and so these numbers are going to shift. In terms of how that compares to the original EA project, the original EA had estimated a total cost of $368 million to the $424 million. And that includes in the EA $239 million on the airfield and terminal and landside costs of $129 million. In the common ground recommendation, the airfield costs are estimated at $297 million, terminal and landside costs at $127 million. Now, I would note that there are increases and decreases in here.
Can you go back just a
Yeah,
second?
yeah, sorry.
George?
Thanks, John.
Yeah, thanks. So, John, looking at these two differences, the terminal, of course, that comes out of our existing use fees. The airfield, we're able to get up to about 90% from FAA funding. And if that's the case, then that sort of helps couch the differential here. If we're able to get that 90% of because there's a difference, right, between the airfield cost, but if we're gaining 90% of either case, then that number actually doesn't look as large as it is.
That's correct, George. And if we could parking lot that for just a second, we're going to go into a little bit more detail on that division in a few slides here. But you are thinking about that the right way. Generally, the airfield side, there's a lot more participation from the FAA as well as CDOT. Up to 90% participation by the FAA, up to 5% for CDOT. On the land side, which would be the terminal and the parking and the circulation, we're primarily responsible for that locally. This may impact our negotiations with the FAA on a desired layout plan also. Just to highlight some of the major differences between the two, in terms of the common ground recommendation being higher than the original EA. Kelly, to the question you were originally asking, there are additional NEPA costs that we would anticipate, particularly because of the west side development, as well as some of the changes on the east side. The FAA has projected that since they have funded the EA of our original master plan, that they would likely require the airport to absorb additional NEPA costs for changes to that plan. In addition, the original estimates on the EA didn't include the additional greenhouse gas mitigation projects that are really recommended by the Vision Committee. The electrification of the airfield, the solar farm, geothermal, or the additional ramp space to accommodate the ICAO parking that we've been talking about to make that infrastructure possible. And so those were costs that weren't anticipated in the original EA estimate that are additions in the common ground recommendation, but directly related to the goals that were set by the Vision Committee. West side, there are significant, the more development on the west side, there's significant excavation. So the more west side development, the higher the costs go very quickly because of those excavation costs. The EA did not anticipate a tower relocation. As we've already discussed, that could be phased with a hold procedure approved by the FAA. There's much greater landside vehicle parking reconfiguration in the common ground recommendation because of the moves to the east. I would note, and this was relayed to the Vision Committee, all of these cost estimates were not done in time for the Vision Committee to consider, but there was an initial cost estimate on just the runway construction costs are actually cheaper leaving the runway where it is, not surprisingly, because you're able to use a lot of the existing infrastructure. And it cuts as we've talked about in previous meetings, it cuts the total amount of closure time that the community would have to accommodate for airport development. So I just want to, at a high level, those are some of the things. There's about a $56 million difference. These are the main kind of issues driving that $56 million difference. Rich, this is an eye test for everyone. Hopefully it's a little bit more readable on your screens. Rich, I might let you take kind of running through the little bit more detailed slides here.
Sure, thank you. And this will kind of hit on George's point. What we had asked Recondo to do is, in working with Kimley Horn, is to kind of put them in columns where there's opportunities for funding outside of just the local funds. Again, keeping in mind, these are just where they would be applicable to. However, you may recall, we had talked about the FAA's funding. They have the 3 states they deal with and their limited funds. So, but this just shows you where those could be broken into the different categories and how that would affect the overall picture. This slide goes through each of the phases that we had talked about earlier, starting on the west, moving up the runway and dealing with the tower initially on the front end. And these are in 2020 dollars. And I know that Patty has asked about, well, what is the impact of pushing this out and waiting in later dollars? And there's another slide that adds to this. But really, this is just breaking it all down into the different phases, showing kind of the local funds and where those could come from. And so over the 30-year period, we're talking 126 million local funds. And you know, on the local side, whenever you do the terminal, we're dealing with airlines. Depending on the board and the path forward, we're going to have to look to probably seek some additional resources in some fashion. We just don't know what that would look like based on again, on the phasing. So I don't know if it helps to go through all of this. This just breaks it down and just shows that there's different opportunities in cost shares. So
Just hold there and let you guys.
I have a
look at that.
question though, just real simple. It has terminal construction phase 1 and then terminal construction phase 2.
Mhm.
Why do we have 2 phases of terminal construction?
well, you've got under 2025 is where we talked about starting the design. And again, these are tied to different phases. It's just not the terminal itself, but it's landside design for the parking and all of that. So you've got in 2025 is the start. It's just called a phase 1. So you've got design costs associated with that. If you move down to 2026, or I'm sorry, 2026, you can see terminal landside design phase 2. So it's a 2-year kind of a design period that we talked about earlier.
Right.
And then whenever you get into the terminal construction, you've got it in 2027 as a phase 1, finishing up in 2028 is completing the terminal.
So mostly it's
Each
just
of those
because,
years-
yeah, mostly because it's just, it spans over 2 different years. It's not like we're building
Yes,
part of a
yeah.
terminal and then we're doing a second, it's just that it's gonna take a 2-year time frame. So it's a phase 1 and a
Correct,
phase
cash
2.
flow. Yeah, cash flow is associated with the construction.
And then the local funds at the end of the day, these are estimates, 126,800,000 would come out of local funds, which is of interest, because it'll probably be more like 200 million.
Well, that's our next slide for you. We've got a slide to estimate that. And again, as the board has discussed, these will be impacted based on how we choose to phase. So one of the questions I think that the board had is, you know, during design, you'd like to consider a different phasing model, maybe moving the terminal up and moving some of the other improvements back that would affect all of this. There's also just a lot of moving parts that will be discussed and resolved over the next few years. Our fixed-based operator, you know, that lease is up in 2023, so we'll be renegotiating the lease and arrangement probably through an RFP, a bid process, to understand what the contributions from that facility will be. We'll be having to look at all the rental rates and capacities and such under the Common Ground recommendation, and then seeking other funding sources. There may be other grant opportunities and such related to our environmental goals and infrastructure, or other partnerships around development of the solar facilities or what have you, that just aren't anticipated right now. We need to work towards it, but we know that from a local funding perspective, we're going to need to, under this scenario in 2020 dollars, all of those things combined over, you know, the next 10 years, we're going to need to draw 126 million plus our operating costs at the airport.
So, and Rich, could you send the slides out again like you did last time? That's great. That was very helpful.
Yeah,
Thank
and
you.
I'm sorry, we were actually on the phone even this morning, kind of reordering some of these, so we'll
It's
get
fine.
those
It's just
out.
great so that I
Yep.
can print them out and have them in my packet. I think that's great. Thank you.
George?
So in terms of the local funding, we also have a couple different options for funding. We could bond, or we can use the structure we used for the admin building. I forget what that was called. Drawing a blank here.
BOP.
BOPs, right.
Yeah, George, that's correct. And a project of this magnitude is definitely not going to be done on a cash basis. It's going to be financed out at some level, and really it's our ability to maintain debt service and coverage with our anticipated revenue streams that will make this work. And so that's really would be part of the next 2 years of consideration by the board as we get into design. We consider our RFPs and future revenue kind of generating functions at the airport, and looking at the affordability and how we phase in this vision. The vision. This is aspirational, and we want to accomplish as much of it as possible. We think this is a actionable plan, but it's going to require a lot of work on the financial side and probably on the engineering side, and we'll probably have to make some compromises along the way. But we need to know what our priorities are and what direction we want to be headed, because this plan is significantly different than what we're looking at in the EA right now. Do you want us to move on to the inflated?
Yeah, I have just a really off-the-wall quick question. Since this is an enterprise fund at the airport, can we still use general fund monies on the enterprise to an enterprise operation?
Yeah, so to maintain the enterprise status, you can't use more than 10% of the total annual budget from a general revenue source. Now, the real advantage of being designated an enterprise fund really in Colorado it has to do with Tabor, and so and this doesn't apply to us because we've debruced. Enterprise fund revenues don't count against the total revenue total for a public entity. So that's one reason you look at enterprise designation. The other piece that may be important, it'd be up to the board, is that revenue bonds that are issued through an enterprise fund don't need to go to a vote under Tabor. Now, we have the Fenton Amendment, and so we still need to talk about how does an enterprise fund affect that or not. That'd be a discussion with our attorneys and the home rule charter. But those are the two main reasons that you keep that enterprise fund designation, besides just the basic management of managing it as a business unit of government that's supported by its own fees and revenues.
Yeah, and I don't have a problem with the enterprise fund. I just wondered how we could back it up with other general fund. Not that I want to use general fund money, it's just if they're, just wanted to know that, because I've never asked that question.
Yep.
Thank you.
Are we ready?
John, at one time, I remember Rob Ittner, when he was commissioner, saying, well, the second FBO is going to be what's going to pay our part, the revenue we would get from a second FBO. Has that been calculated at all into, I mean, we're showing the parking on the west side, but we're not showing a second FBO at this time. But does that play at all into where we come up with our local funding source?
So
increased revenue from the existing FBO or having a second FBO?
Yeah, so this is a complicated question, and so a second FBO, to the degree that it increases volumes for landing fees, fuel flowage, and that sort of thing, can add revenues. I don't think that was what the Vision Committee certainly wanted to necessarily achieve here. They wanted to kind of keep a steadier state. And so we still, though, have an opportunity as we look at the RFP process with our existing FBO to look at that revenue share structure, Steve, and how that would benefit all of these projects. And so that is going to be a negotiation that the board will be entering into over the next couple of years. We are working up an analysis for the board on different models for issuing that RFP and what financial differences we see and how they relate to the project for the board to consider. And so we'll be seeking that direction, and then that would also be part of a negotiation, you know, whether it be with our incumbent or another successor for that infrastructure.
And was there not the possibility of a second FBO increasing GA numbers, which I don't think we really want to be looking at?
Well, that was you know, the real increase in you know, sheer revenues by a second FBO would be based on increasing volumes. Otherwise, you're just splitting the baby, right?
Yeah, and I don't think we want to look at increasing GA numbers.
And so that is a conversation. Now, within the common ground recommendations, there is fuel, and there's fuel infrastructure and some facilities anticipated for the fixed base pilots on the west side so that they're able to accommodate that there. And then there would be the full FBO services on the east side. So there's that's going to all be part of the conversation that once we know what direction we want to go becomes part of those negotiations.
Okay, thank you.
Are you ready to move on to, were there any other questions?
I think so. I mean, all these things we're looking at to me are, this is our first look at them, and I'm gonna need a second look at all of them.
Well, the good news is that there's going to be a lot of looks at all of these, and I can't emphasize enough, these are preliminary numbers. These are not engineered estimates yet. Rich, do you want to talk a little bit about the inflationary impacts?
Sure, and I thought it was a good question of the board to ask. Okay, so what does it look like in today's dollars versus the inflation? So we had Recondo do the same analysis. And so you can see that each of those years you've got inflated cost, and they have gone back and looked historically, and then also kind of our current construction inflation costs, which we see are certainly up here in Aspen are relatively high. So it takes those numbers up comparatively, and again, it's just over time it costs money to do the project. But this gives you an idea on a phasing plan what the real costs are more in line with whenever you look at phasing. So again, it's just the numbers that they've baked into these now. Everything's staying the same as far as the categories of funding sources. It's just the inflationary costs associated with it. And again, as John said, these are very preliminary. It's just, you know, you can have ups and downs in the economy. Construction can go up and down. So it's just certainly a best shot at the inflation on their side.
George?
Well, Rich, if I look at this just quickly, roughly, looking at 2021 dollars actually versus today's dollars, we're about $100 million more.
Yeah, this is again with the analysis that was done with Recondo regarding the 2 years it takes to start this process. Updating the ALP, the environmental actions, those all take time. And as Patty pointed out, some of those costs are paid out over a couple of years. So this is just kind of trying to average those out.
Right, but that's a huge jump. And then if you were to delay and wait to 2023, 2024, you would assume that would even go up even more substantially.
Yeah, and again, it's just based on kind of their best estimates, George, and all this changes depending on your guys' direction. So
right.
It's a higher end estimate for sure that we've talked about. We didn't want to
Well, we've known from all of our capital projects that even looking at something as small as the airport underpass, pedestrian underpass, the percentage that went up from the original expectations and costs. So,
Yeah.
project this size, one can anticipate it will go up substantially more.
Yeah, and again, the workforce and what it's gonna take to do this, all plays into that too. So you're absolutely right, George. We even saw, the increase between our administration building and the ambulance building. And those were just kind of back to back. So it's, inflationary costs do make a difference here.
And construction inflation in the valley, we all know this, but just for others who are listening, obviously is not related to like consumer price index that you'd see nationally. Our construction inflation tends to run in or close to double digits a year, and that is that's something for the board to consider in terms of timing.
Mm-hmm.
Rich, I'll let you keep going here.
Sure, and this is just kind of a recap, putting it into the bigger pots and where that potential other sources of funds can come from. And just kind of shows a percentage, a share. If we were highly successful in securing all of those dollars, that's what this could look like. So local funding being about 36% of the overall project. And with CDOT and the state funds, they as you know, they help. We've also got an existing grant from the state for the work that had already been done. So they're a participant as well, along with the FAA and the federal dollars.
Kelly?
So the previous slide we saw said 521 million, and this says 571 million. Is that due to a contingency?
Yeah. If that's flip that back real quick, John, if you would, just yeah. Okay, I'll have to check on that. I'm sure that's what that is, Kelly, but I'll double check that and why what that difference reflects. But I'm sure it is a contingency. That
It's
is,
about 10%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'll follow up on that.
Okay, thank you.
That's a good question.
And then we've talked about this, but kind of before going back to the discussion on leaving the runway where it is and the west side development, just a quick recap for the ICAO. It's safety, providing circulation for ARF and rescue staff. Emissions reductions because it allows for the electric service and conditioned air to GA aircraft. Noise reductions, that is the plugging in, the reduced use of APUs and time means a reduction in noise. It's also a predictable number of parked GA aircraft and the issues we've also talked about. Takes more ramp space for the same number of aircraft, and a reduction in GA parking spaces, if that were to be the case, may increase drop and goes during busy times.
So
So,
is
John, if I might, we did reach out since we've been going through this and ask if that really is the case if we move the runway. If you still have to develop the west side, the answer is it's really close. It gets really close. I don't think it fully covers it, but you still have to put in additional space to the left, I guess, as you're looking at this down valley to be able to accommodate that. But it sounds like you can get really close, Kelly, I think, to your question.
Well, then I have a little bit of a follow-up question then. Just looking at like the square footage of concrete, have we like added up, what that difference would be? So if we looked at what the EA was and the amount of square footage of concrete poured for that layout plan versus, the common ground recommendation, because I just want to keep that in mind if we're talking about greenhouse gas emissions. Is there a netting out here, or are we creating another impact that I think we should account for?
Can I comment on that? we can always look at the new cement, the new concrete that is carbon sequestering.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that that should be part of what we're looking at in the future, especially if we don't do, at least maybe we could do it for parking, because there's new technology out there that,
Sure.
if we're gonna be green, it's a good way to be green.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I think the general thought while going through the visioning process was that reusing as much of the existing runway infrastructure, even though that it requires the west side development, in terms of actual space that's getting redeveloped versus the whole runway, that there was more reuse in the common ground recommendation than there was in the EA, but there was not a carbon assessment of that. It's just not part of the.
Sure, I just
Yeah,
wonder, is
process,
that
yeah.
true? You know, is that actually like the balance of that when you add in the need for new plane parking, new car parking, you know, movement of rental car parking to accommodate the terminal, all that kind of stuff? Does that zero out, or does that end up with a net negative compared to the size of the runway shift? Maybe that's obvious to other people. I don't know if it's obvious to me.
That's
Well,
something
we
that we
would still have some additional concrete even if we shifted the runway, so.
Either way.
Yeah, let's look
but
at
I
that whole
think-
picture. That's
I
a
think
really
what-
good question.
Yeah, and it does get complicated, and so I think, Kelly, what you're really looking for is what's a net in terms of new surfaces that between the
Right.
Yeah.
two plans, right?
Yeah. And I have another question really quick about this parking. So the International Civil Aviation Organization parking, it's dedicated parking spaces, and that's why we have issues. That's why we can do the plug-ins and all that stuff, is because they're designated parking places.
Yeah, they're designated, not necessarily dedicated, right?
Right. I mean,
it'd
they're
be-
designated. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like going into the city market parking lot. You'd have lines drawn and you have an expectation, right, where you put your vehicle and how it circulates. How it works right now is the FBO maximizes the use of the ramp. And they do it safely. I don't want to imply that, you know, it's unsafe, but they maximize the use of the ramp by putting aircraft in as they can fit them, right? And so it's not a designated space, but they're able to fit a lot more aircraft on less ramp space.
It's interesting because the city of Aspen, before they put parking lines on the city street parking, people kind of parked in space. Now they made the parking spaces so small, you have more parking, but you can't get in and out of your vehicle. You have to climb out through the sunroof on a good day.
I'm that person that wedges my car right in. And
I know, and then you come home and there's like door dings everywhere.
So we are back. I know there's some questions, but the board's been going for, just process-wise, you've been going for about an hour and a half now. I'm wondering if the board wants to take a break and then come back and dialogue more on this recommendation, or if you want to keep pushing through.
I was thinking 11 o'clock break, but
Yeah, I could go
Okay.
a little more. George?
Yeah, I think why this is really fresh in our minds, I'd like to see whether we can make a decision on this phase and then take a break.
Okay.
thanks for asking.
Yeah. So I will really bring it back to the board. I know that this may be, there have been some additional questions in terms of information. I think I would kick it back to the board at this point, Steve, to kind of hear the board members' thoughts and whether there's positions that want to be articulated or additional questions.
So, I don't see hands raised. I'll start talking. I'm in favor of doing some parking, of GA parking on the west side. No matter whether we leave the runway where it is or move it over. I think we could, if we leave the runway where it is, we could put more parking over there. I would be in favor of doing longer term parking of the visiting GA that is scheduled to be parked on the east side. So if someone's coming for a whole week, Atlantic could hook a tug on that jet and take it over to the other side and just park it over there. And that would free up, I think that would make the logistics of the parking on the east side actually work better. But I think in order to do that, we maybe would need to develop the little red area there on the west side earlier than later, just to have more designated parking over there. It also might mean we don't need to move so many hangars or something on the east side, if we could have a little more parking on the west side. I'm not sure if moving the taxiway over is what triggers needing to move the hangars and the Atlantic terminal and all of that, or we haven't really gone into that. Also, the one issue that hasn't been mentioned, but I know the local GA people are concerned about the mag chloride on the highway getting on their planes, and I think that's one reason the patio shelters were maybe built originally. But I think they would love to get their planes as far away from the highway as possible. And this, putting parking on the west side for local aircraft I think they would love having that, just to get it away from the mag chloride on the highway.
And Steve, I just want to point out, and thank you for reminding me, the Vision Committee did anticipate exactly what you're talking about, needing some longer term parking that probably would not have all the hookups because aircraft might be there for a week or two to relieve some of the pressure on the east side.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no point if they're going to be there for a week or two and they know that.
But
now I know also some people, they're always looking at the weather report, and if there's a storm coming in, they change their plans. Just, we're leaving today. Our plane's stuck over here somewhere, and Atlantic's got to go get it and get it over there for them. So that's undoubtedly going to happen no matter where the planes are parked.
Yep.
Patty?
I think, I understand where Steve's going, but I think to create parking on the other side involves a little more than just Atlantic having a tug. I think there's more infrastructure, more taxiway. I think it's a bigger thing. So I think if you're gonna look at it, you look at doing the whole picture of moving and creating that, the gas ability to fuel on that side, the base station for pilots, so they can do their paperwork, their computer work and stuff before they fly, all that stuff. I think that needs to be part of the whole picture rather than just moving some parking places over there, would be my understanding. There's a little bit more to it than just moving parking places.
Maybe. Jonathan actually was part of those discussions, and it wouldn't apply to every aircraft, because you're right, most aircraft need that infrastructure. It'd just be those longer term that they felt they could move over there and free up some parking spaces. It's not a lot.
Yeah, so I think if we're gonna look at it, but as far as, can I keep, Steve, are you done? Can I?
Yeah, keep going,
As
Patty.
far as leaving I think we still have some unanswered questions. Kelly's question about, the surface area versus surface area, I think needs to be answered. And there was some more, so I'm not really ready to make a decision on this. I mean, I'm leaning more towards the common ground decision, but not until some of the new questions that come up today can come back with some answers for me.
I have more questions too.
So,
I know, I'm waiting for them.
so let's go to George first and then Kelly.
No, let's have Kelly ask her questions. That may be helpful.
Okay, thanks, George. I'm wondering, so I'm still just looking at, the west side implications here, and, also wondering about a west side runway. So I guess my question is, operationally, what are the pros and cons to having planes on the west side?
Well, operationally, I think The closer you have planes, obviously, to takeoff spots, probably the better operationally, particularly if they're making a lot of frequent trips.
But with the midway crossing, that could be the case.
But if it's at the end of the runway, it's
Right.
not the case.
Right. So that would be the conversation. That's the analysis that the FAA does. Their first priority is always safety. Their second priority is always capacity, which is the operating piece. The reason the fixed-based aircraft were put over there is they have the fewest number of operations. And so from an operating perspective, it seemed to have the least impact to have those aircraft over on the west side. There was a discussion during the visioning process about whether the whole terminal should be moved over to the west side, and that caused operating concerns because of the amount of taxiing that the commercial aircraft, which have a lot of operations, frequent operations, would have.
Access to mass transit, access to parking area.
Oh,
access
there
to-
were a lot of issues with that idea was not entertained. I don't know if that helps answer your question.
Yeah, it does. Thank you. And I'm not sure, I'm not ready to make a recommendation at this point. Just, I'd like to have the questions I raised answered.
And did you have other ones? Because we want
No.
to be sure we're capturing them.
I reserve the right to come up with more, but right now I don't have any.
Trust me, we'll all have more as I go.
Okay, George?
Yeah, I think that we won't know whether this is even feasible unless we provide the FAA or staff with the direction to at least pursue these options. And so for me, if we want to even see if these options are feasible, I would support moving ahead because the discussions with the FAA, of course, the FAA, first of all, needs to grant approval of this process. And that will probably include either an amended or a NEPA process. I'm sure there are going to be discussions regarding the relocation of the tower, the de-icing pad, the midway crossing. These are all big issues, and unless we provide the opportunity for staff to pursue this, then we're really restricting our ability to look at what we're really able to accomplish. So I would support this and move it on to the next phase with the FAA because that's going to be at least a year, probably 2-year process, and then we could start with the 2021-2022 costs versus today's costs as more of a reality check. So I would support the common ground recommendations, knowing that it's going to take time, and who knows how those conversations with the FAA will end. That may allow us to move forward, or it may just bring us back to think about a new plan or a hybrid plan.
Greg?
Yeah, I think I agree with George. There are a lot of great questions here, and we could dive in really deep. But I honestly don't trust myself or this body to be designing the airport. And I have to say, I think that we have some really great preliminary work done in front of us. Now we just need to see what flies with the FAA. And I certainly have a lot of questions about a lot of facets of it, but I really do think, along with George, that we need to move it forward. I'll leave it right there.
So my question on the FAA thing, can we take what we take to them, can we take them something with our different options actually laid out for the ALP? Like, we're okay if it's this way or this way. We want to know what the FAA's opinion, what's the best way in your estimation? So actually going to them for advice on what do they recommend of option A or option B. Would they do that process with us, or do we need to come up with, we just have plan A and run it by them and see if they accept it or not?
I think the FAA's position is going to be they've approved a plan, an airport layout plan and an EA, which is shifting the runway. And so if the board is interested in pursuing the Vision Committee, the Common Ground recommendation as an alternative, I think the board needs to take a strong position on that and have us really work from that as a starting point with the FAA to see what we can accomplish along those lines. I think the FAA is done hearing about options from Aspen, because we've been developing a lot of them
Hearing from Aspen.
over the years. And I think they feel like they've put their approval on an alternative. So if we ask them that, and if the board put their decision making on that, it would probably be to support the EA.
So then let's say we take the Vision Committee recommendation to the FAA. We make that our recommendation. We start to amend the EA. We go through the EA process. If the FAA then turned it down and said, no, we don't like that, we want you to move the runway over, then is the already approved the 2018 EA, is that still good at that point, or then would that have to be renewed?
So we have 3 years to take substantial action on that FONSI before it needs to be revisited. So we are coming to a point where we need to make a decision now. Substantial action would be design and those sorts of things. So we have not taken those steps because we took a step back in consideration of what we're hearing from the public about more public input on the process.
Kelly?
Yeah, I guess I just want to reframe my concerns a little bit differently. You know, respectfully to the FAA, sure, but I guess I'm struggling to fully understand which proposal here has kind of the greater magnitude of building, of development. And, I'm looking at it with like, isn't it, there's a prudence to doing less. So I guess when trying to compare the two, if all things are equal as far as safety, what if the magnitude of construction of one is more than another, I think that it's prudent to take that into account. And, so my question about square footage of concrete, those kind of things are going to help me get at that a little better, because when I look at these, it doesn't jump out as obvious.
So we actually, I may turn to GR and Rich. They've been, they're trying to chase down this information as you're asking, and I think we have some preliminary percentage differences on disrupted or rebuilt surface area.
Sure. Hi everyone, GR here. We've been kind of in the background trying to chase down some numbers since you asked the question, Kelly. But it's difficult because under each scenario, there's a lot of moving parts. In general, if we were just to look at, say, hard surfaces, so concrete and asphalt, I think that you'd be looking at probably about 10 to 15% more in the common ground scenario than you are in shifting the runway to the west, because you're adding a little bit of taxiway and extra space there on that west side. And so if you're looking just at that hard surface, yeah, you're about 10 to 15%. But that keeps, the same, the surface area of the runway, that's going to be the same no matter which scenario you're looking at, plus or minus a few percent with the teacup. The taxiway is going to be about the same size. Both scenarios really depend upon redeveloping parts of the area around the FBO and the fueling and those sorts of things. Both scenarios, have the same amount of impact as far as the terminal. There's a little bit of differences maybe with the apron and the amount of area that you need and where it needs to be for the de-icing. So there's a couple little moving parts things there, but in general, it's about 10 to 15% more for the common ground scenario.
Thank you.
So,
So, can I tag in on that?
Yeah, George.
The other thing, maybe John or Rich could talk about again to help answer Kelly's question is the phasing, the less disruption of the airport, and what does that mean economically and socially for the community?
Well, so the phasing question is probably easier to answer. The economic and social impacts are probably more significant. Rich, I know previously when we were talking about the phasing, we had talked about the number of seasonal closures, and I think by seasonal closures we were looking at a June to October. Is that correct?
You're muted.
Yes, that's correct.
Good. I was
Sorry about
glad
that.
somebody caught that. I don't have the people
Nobody
on my
wanted to
screen
answer
right
that.
now. I don't. And so under the moving the runway scenario, you would have, I believe, 2 of those closure periods required, Rich, versus 1 leaving the runway where it is, and that was a major consideration. I think you can, understand that particularly during the busy months, July is one of our busiest months. And August is turning into a busier month. That it would probably look a lot like it did this summer under COVID, where we had a almost 90% decrease in flights, and so you see a lot more travel by vehicle and probably impacts to retail and restaurant trades. I don't know if
Yeah,
that's
and I
helpful
think-
there. Go ahead, Rich.
Yeah, I do know that by leaving the runway where it is, the impacts on closures are far less than it is by moving it in general. But I do know that in kind of the analysis, whenever we start to look at the financial side of it, George, that'll certainly be a consideration, because as we saw when we shut down, for a week here doing the work, you have very little revenue. The rental cars still operated, but as far as the landing fees, those are just gone on both the GA and on the air side too. So those have to be figured in.
Yeah, and so there's obviously going to be, the longer you have the airport closed, the larger the economic impacts are,
Right.
obviously, and also socially, because that means people who want to fly in and out and now have to travel to other airports. So
Right.
there is a strong social aspect, and so the least disruption we can have during the construction obviously would be better on both counts.
Yeah.
And do we know
At least to me.
what the associated budget effect that is, as far as just the cost for the project?
So on the revenue side, not having the landing fees, the fuel flowage fees.
Well, and just the overall, I guess, we saw that the Common Ground project is a little more expensive than the EA project. So I guess I'm just trying to, there's a lot of competing things here. So is $100 million more justify moving the runway or not, because of the social effects and disruption? And I'm just putting out there what I'm balancing. I don't think I'm prepared to make a decision today, because I do want to reflect on these a little bit now that we have more information. You all may vote me out and move it forward anyway, but that's where I'm at.
we're not voting today.
So, well, you know what I mean, give direction, but, so again, I'm considering all of those factors, Yeah, that's where I'm at.
Okay, Patty?
Yeah, the biggest thing for me is we need to have a plan. We need to have a plan before we move forward to FAA. We need to have a plan before we start doing any environmental or safety or any of these good things that I think have come out of the Common Grounds. And I'm not sure how the project in the EA, the moving the runway, really helps us facilitate those plug-ins and the solar and all those positive things that I think the community is supporting. So that's a big positive for me in the Common Grounds recommendation and the expenditures and maybe the possibility for some grant monies to help fund some of those green improvements that we know we need to do at the airport. The other big question for me is phasing. Phasing of a terminal versus phasing of a runway. And I am really supporting, because I think we all agree on the need for a new terminal. Our terminal is falling apart. Our terminal does not accommodate our visitors. It definitely doesn't accommodate the people that work there. We cannot continue to put Band-Aids on that terminal because it just costs more money, and there's only so much we can do with that structure. I know that there's phasing issues with it makes more sense to do a runway first, but there's so many unknowns out there with a runway that will be changing over the next few years. The technology, the COVID, what the airlines may or may not do. We have a lot more unknowns as far as what to do with the runway. I think we could now take on a terminal using our dollars as close to today as possible that we have to fund ourselves and build an amazing facility there with the support of our community to do so. And I think that would be stellar, and that would be something that I don't think there's any argument that we need. So my direction, but I'd like to see the phasing. That was one of the questions I had. How does that reverse phasing work with doing a terminal first and a runway second? I know there's obstacles and there's complications, but we got good brains out there in the construction industry, so I think we need to tap into that. So my leaning would be towards the phasing of a terminal first, using as close to today's dollar value because we have to pay so much out of our own pocket, and really designing a state-of-the-art with community input. I think we can come up with an exceptional building that we can all be proud of that really works well for our needs, and the commuters' needs, and the visitors' needs, and the locals' needs, and everybody's needs. And as far as the runway, we just don't know what's going to happen in the industry. And it doesn't mean that a runway we approve today will be a runway we'll build in 10 years, because we don't know what's going to happen with airlines, with airplanes, with any of that right now. There's a lot of unknowns on that side. So that's kind of where I stand now, but I still would like to see a graph with phasing opportunities in the reverse.
So that kind of tags into the question that I had was, if we go back to the FAA and we say we want to revise our EA to leave the runway where it is and move the taxiway over, could we begin building the terminal immediately, even if we are asking for a modification to our EA?
No, we'd have to have the new EA first.
Or we have to have the new EA totally approved before. What I'm thinking of is the delay in the start of construction. It drives up construction costs. The longer, more years out it is, it's going to cost us more in the future dollars than it is if we could start construction right away on the terminal like Patty suggested.
Well, it'll take us a year to design, or at least a year, and it'll take us at least a year to amend or to redo the EA.
So if you spend a lot of money designing a terminal at a place that it ultimately can't be placed, you're going to start over. And so I think I want to just kind of bring it back to, I think the board needs to come up with an end, because we're kind of bleeding into how we do it and such, versus where we want to end up at the end of the day. And it's very, very difficult to take any next steps without knowing where do we want to end up first. And then because we heard you on the phasing and such. I think other board members too had that same interest, Patty. But what I would suggest is if we know that we want to end up at the common ground recommendation versus the EA recommendation, we need to start those conversations and make sure it's possible, and even doing some of the environmental work prior to design, because you could drop a lot of effort into a site you don't even know you're going to build on. Because if you go with the common ground recommendation, you're going to be moved to the east, right? And a lot of other infrastructure needs to move with it. If you go with the EA recommendation, that's already approved, that's ready to go, but is not what your vision committee told you they wanted. And they wanted to leave the runway. It started with a safety concern, concerns about shale bluffs. And there are differences between our community's perspective on that and some of the experts that you heard from. Then it also, gained traction because of the minimal disruption, and the ability to still meet the ICAO. Now it does require more surface area, partly to meet those ICAO standards, right? So I think, Patty, I agree with you that we need a vision first. We need to know where we want to go. And I would say the phasing discussions, well, we can put all kinds of phasing plans together until we know what we can do, and start bringing some design alternatives and financial alternatives back to you as part of design. Then the board gets to make those decisions how. But if we start doing the how before you know really where you want to go, we may end up somewhere none of us want to be.
Well, it's important for me that the community knows that my preference is to do a terminal first.
Fair enough.
And that to set this a runway aside because of the change in the environment, in the industry, et cetera. And so if I was to approve the common ground recommendation now with the phasing I have in front of me, it doesn't say that.
And the phasing was not part, so thank you.
I want to clarify that to the public so they know where I'm standing.
Absolutely, and let me clarify, the Vision Committee's recommendation was for the board to work through phasing, understanding that you all were going to have to take into account financial realities, working with the FAA, all the things that we're talking about. So the phasing that is in here now is not the Vision Committee's recommendation. All it was a first take to kind of get a sense of what phasing might look like through Kimley Horn. So that is not part of the Vision Committee's recommendation, and it's not part of what we're asking the board to approve. We just wanted to provide it so that you'd get a sense of the length of the project.
Steve,
and so thanks for that opportunity.
Yeah, I just want that clear.
That.
The other thing is that I still think we need to have a conversation to clarify the concerns of the community about privatization.
Yes.
We've been getting hit from all sides with all different opinions, and I think that we owe that to ourselves and to the community to, as part of this discussion, have a specific discussion about privatization, what it means, what it costs, what it has, so we can clarify that for ourselves and for the public. I think that's important. And then there were some other issues about bringing in more experts to talk to us about airplanes and the industry, which I think we need to have at some point, but because it's that whole industry is so up in the air right now, I'd like to reserve maybe those opportunities to bring in more experts to talk about airplanes and the industry at a later date.
Looks like George has a question. It looks like George has a question.
George is chomping at the bit.
Yeah,
Pencil's
George.
wagging.
Oh, I was just going to respond to you, Patty. I'm not disagreeing with your points at all, and I think that over the course of the next year or two, we're going to have plenty of opportunities to answer a lot of those questions. But again, for me, unless we decide to move forward with the common ground recommendations and present this to the FAA, then we know that we're locked into the original approval, and I'm not sure that that's going to be the best long-term solution for the community as represented by the Vision Committee.
And George, I don't disagree with that at all. I'm just saying I wanted to put that out there so we reserve those discussions for the future.
And I
But,
don't-
No, absolutely.
thank you.
And I also
Absolutely.
just would like to be clear here too, that, we're talking about this one recommendation to leave the runway where it is or not. Like, that's what I'm honed in on right now. So I guess I'm operating under the assumption that tackling that question doesn't undermine the other 14 recommendations necessarily. So, so I'm not saying let's throw in our hat for the EA and ignore all this work and all of these other great recommendations that have come out. We're just, right now, the task at hand is, do we leave the runway where it is or not? And so that's what I'm wrestling with and trying to balance here. There's all the other recommendations that we've already discussed, to me, still carry forward.
But do they, if we stick with the recommendation in the EA? Can we still accomplish the other 13 things in here? Is
I
that?
think the big question mark that we may need to do some more homework in is what the impacts of the ICAO parking would be if you move the runway. Because the taxiway stays where it is, right? So you're moving the runway, so presumably there's no additional ramp space or very limited additional ramp space on the east side for ICAO parking. And so my belief is that if you move the runway and leave the taxiway where it is, you'd still need to do some west side development to accommodate the ICAO parking. Now, whether we can accommodate that with additional ramp space more to the north or such, it maybe is a question I don't have the answer to.
And the benefit of the ICAO parking to me is that then we can have the plug-ins because we have
Right.
dedicated parking.
Of course.
And that's a huge issue for managing noise and pollution, et cetera, and making us the airport greener.
Yeah, that was a easy, I think, recommendation for the vision committee to make. There is a lot of consensus around developing that infrastructure. And so, and GR, Rich, I don't know if you have any comments on the kind of east side ramp space, but my sense is that we would need additional west side either way with the ICAO parking.
We looked at this a little bit this morning, and I don't think that you would necessarily need to go to the west side if you were to shift the runway. You get so close based on being able to reconfigure everything and also extending the amount of parking for GA to the north that you were really, really close. I don't have like a percentage number, but we were pretty confident in our conversations this morning that you would not have to go to the west side with the runway shift.
And that's because the vehicle parking and such doesn't need to impinge on the current ramp space, and you have some additional ramp space going to the north. So let me just go
And
to
let me just
here.
point something out about going further to the north. When we decided to do the patio shelters, we had huge community input about the visual impacts of those patio shelters. So moving it more to the north really restricts us from screenage from Highway 82, I would believe, because it's narrower. So we need to take that into consideration because I know the people know there's an airport there, and you know how people are, they didn't want to see airplanes.
Mm-hmm. So just to kind of look here on the common ground recommendation, when you move the taxiway to the east, we were putting vehicle parking in areas that are currently airplane parking.
Which would be to the south.
Correct. The down valley side, yes.
No, down valley side is north, up valley side is south.
Oh, down
right?
valley, no, so it's to the north actually where it is now.
So
Well,
can I,
There's a little caveat to what Patty was saying. Yeah, where John is pointing right now, this is under the common ground, not
Right.
the shift to the west.
Right.
And so under the common ground, you squeeze that east side so much that, yeah, you're trying to fit in the land side stuff in between the airport and the highway.
Right.
Whereas if you shift the runway to the west, what you're really doing is you're freeing up a lot of that space. You have a little bit more flexibility on the land side, but you have to extend a bit to the north on the air side with parking, with
Right.
aircraft parking.
Yeah.
So you'd have more parking that way.
And then Patty, the common ground recommendation does have berming and sound wall going
Yeah, because it gets
farther to the
really
north.
narrow in there.
Yeah.
And if we had to extend it more, it gets really, really narrow.
Right.
Okay.
So, Kelly,
Yeah, I was just gonna maybe suggest that we hold all this information. I think mostly my questions have been answered to this point, as you guys have been doing research this morning. Thank you. But I still feel the need to chew on it, and so I guess I request that time from the board if you would agree to it. And I also just want to point out that, you know, I think we're at a place in our deliberations where our consensus may split. So I don't, you know, so I just am keeping that in mind as we move forward, because it sounds to me like there's maybe 3 people ready now to move a recommendation forward, even though I'm not. And that's always an option for the board, I guess. And I think, you know, we just need to keep in mind how we're gonna deal with these splits on the various remaining contentious topics. So I'll just throw
yeah.
that out there.
I don't have a problem giving you more time. I mean, there other things may come up. I was just putting out there where I'm standing right now, sitting here right now. I still would like to see the reverse phasing information come through, just to see how that would work in timeframes, your timeframes. But the other thing too is, what other outstanding, other than moving the runway, Kelly, do you have? Because I thought we were pretty much had gotten through all the big items. Is there?
No, I think I have all the information.
Okay.
Again, I think what I'm wrestling with is the advantages and disadvantages as far as, you know, extra cost overall in a project at great, you know, at a large number versus, you know, reduction in community disruption and, you know, overall more development rather than less development based on these 2 options in front of us that, you know, I just think I need to think through more about those 2 big questions.
And I want to tag on, because I think one of the things we can really agree on the common ground is the green. The emphasis of carbon footprint and climate and all of that. But I don't know how we can take those positives and put it into the existing approval without having to backtrack on that with EAs and et cetera. So that's another, I mean.
You know, Patty, I think a lot of those recommendations could be fit in. We didn't anticipate the solar farm, right?
Right.
On the west side, the ICAO parking, I think we need to do just a little bit more double checking on, because if that can be accommodated on the east side, that facilitates the infrastructure to support the electrification and the tempered air. When you look at the de-icing and terminal, that wouldn't, we can build a smaller terminal with geothermal and solar and
With the ability to
jet
expand in the
bridges,
future?
with the
Right.
all of that is anticipated already within the EA. So I think a lot of the recommendations you've talked about, and the one that I think we just want to sharpen our pencils on a little bit is that ICAO parking, which is an important one.
Yeah, so if you could bring that information back to us, that may make a big difference in the disruptability and the cost and all those other factors. If we can accommodate the real positives that we agree on in the common ground recommendation into the existing EA approval, that's something important to know before we actually confirm any decisions in the manner in which, because this is just a discussion work session. We would have to take some there's a lot of other steps before this was set in not stone, because it can always be changed in the future, as we know.
Well, in particular, what we're talking about now, the airport layout plan, is definitely something you need to
Yeah.
adopt and then forward to the FAA.
So there's other steps
there's-
after
there's
our
more-
direction.
Yeah, there's more. We're just trying to look for direction on moving it forward. So Kelly's request right now is to pause on this, get some more information, just have more time for reflection, I think, is the other thing I heard. So
And some
I
more.
guess, yeah, understanding where the board is on this issue now, so we can either stick with it or move forward.
And bring it back in a timely manner. I would really like to see us, because it's all still
for
right
sure.
here in our brains before we get into another issue that might distract us from what we've really been focused on. And the community input has been really important.
Yeah, I'm really where Kelly is right now, because we have kind of more understanding from this morning. I need to chew on it, like Kelly said, same way. The fact that you're taking, if the taxiway is moved to the east, then you're taking part of the GA parking and using it for rental cars in that purple area, is that correct?
That's correct. Does everything
That
move to the east?
purple area, if the rental parking could be put over in the red thing on the other side of the highway, down below the snow dump area,
We've talked about that in the past, many times.
that would be an option. I don't know if the community would accept that. It's sort of like we're looking at, does the community more want some development on the other side of the highway, parking or solar farm or whatever, or would, I gather from the common ground recommendation, the community's more amenable to having airplane parking on the west side of the runway than having more stuff closer to the highway that would actually be more visible to the community and I think less acceptable.
Right, and parking across the street would have an impact to the intersections and crossing Highway 82, which we already know is a problem.
Yeah, so I think that's part of what we're weighing, and in my mind, that's a trade-off that we have to decide which way, and I think the community would be more amenable to having more airplane parking on the west side.
Yeah. And Rich may be able to comment on because the focus group did address some of these issues, and just in full transparency, when I talked to the focus group, I had encouraged them to stay within the footprint of previous master plans, which included West Side Development and the EA, which did not include that east side property. But I do know there were some discussions in the focus group, I think, about exactly what you're talking about. Was there an opportunity to expand surface parking over to that side? And Rich, I don't know if you can give any more on that conversation.
Yeah, and John's absolutely right. Our direction to the focus group was kind of twofold, was to stay within the bounds of kind of the current EA, and also not to focus on fixing the entrance to Aspen issue. It was really to be focused kind of on connectivity and multimodal transportation. I can tell you there was interest, and we had to keep bringing them back, but there was interest in looking at the other side of 82, and mostly based on rental car activity, so to free up additional parking. In their discussion, they thought the way to get the additional parking and maybe still keep it all on the east side is that looking at a standpoint of underground parking. You know, that putting it at the level where you can walk across right now, and it was part of the assessment that was done early on. The bridge or the underpass actually runs into a large wall. I think there was anticipation years ago that if parking is put in, you could walk under the underpass straight into a parking structure or to an underground level. So that seemed to kind of take the pressure off of trying to find more additional space and not elevating and going higher. So those were some of the conversations.
And
Okay.
with that comes a huge cost.
And I have one other big issue. I'm curious if the Vision Committee or the Technical Committee, any of them, looked at shifting the runway, the whole runway down valley. A lot of the issues with the sound and the air pollution happen because the jets are closer to Buttermilk, closer to West Buttermilk housing. Is there any way we could shift the whole runway further to the north, down valley?
Are you thinking rifle, Steve?
No, oh, yeah, definitely. I know some people are. One of my neighbors is thinking along that line. No, if we could move the whole runway, say, just 1,000 feet
We
in
talked,
one direction, what, did the Vision Committee contemplate that at all? Was it ever brought up in the discussion? Is it engineeringly feasible? Because it puts the takeoff landing area, it takes the one end of the runway is closer to Highway 82 on that end, but it's farther away from Highway 82 on the south end of the runway.
we talked about that at great length when we did the runway expansion of 1,000 feet. And the concern was this thing called Shale Bluff. And if you move it closer, you're just bringing, airplanes that were taking off that way. And if they had an issue and couldn't climb, there's a big mountain there. And we talked to people, actually asked us to move Shale Bluffs, to get rid of it, to take it down, the whole bluff. So I think we looked at it, and I'm not really, at this point, wanting to look at another shift of the runway. I think we have two really good opportunities and options.
Well, you kind of
in front
answered my question, Patty. It has been talked about in the
We
past,
talked
way
about it with
before
our-
Vision Committee.
Yeah, wait,
But
years
when you
ago,
were
when we-
looking at the extension of the runway
Yeah.
the other direction, you did look at
for
that.
safety issues.
So that answers my question. I want to know if it was that considered.
In
You
the past.
considered it a long time ago, actually.
Yes,
Okay,
Patty herself.
George?
me, myself, and I.
So I would support Kelly's request just to allow a little more time to have staff come back and respond to some of her questions and concerns. Hopefully that could be done in the next week or two. Ultimately, I think we want to strive for consensus on the board, but it may come down to a lot of times when we have development applications before us, it may just be a split vote. I think at some point, our responsibility is to be able to make a recommendation and move ahead or not. And so I think it's time to move on here.
It
you,
sounds
George.
like that's where a majority.
And I'm gonna suggest a date, not to rush this, but the one date that's available to us is the 15th. It's a Thursday, we could do a special meeting again, because from there on until the 1st of November, I am like booked.
My pen is freshly run out of ink, so Rich and JR,
Perfect
I'm
timing,
counting on
Rich,
you.
I mean, I don't know how the rest of the board, but I have a calendar in front of me, and
I have
from
some
there
time
on, I'm
constraints
done.
that
You
day,
good?
but I could do.
Is everybody else good on the 15th? Do you think we could do that?
Well,
Well, depends on what time, not in the morning.
Yeah.
I'm free all day. You wanna do it for dinner or cocktails or
12 to
what?
4, I'm available.
I
Great.
just have a core board meeting in the morning, so I'm available from noon on.
So 1 to 3?
Yeah, that's fine. I'm open from noon on, so.
okay, and in my schedule, that's actually squirm night for candidates. I have to be at grassroots like at 5 o'clock-ish. So we'd have to do it, 1 to 3 would work on the 15th for me.
Does that work for you?
If you guys tell me it's gonna work for me, it's gonna work for me.
I don't mean to be pushing, but I think if we have a date, we need to get it set now
Yeah,
because
no,
who
I'm
knows
with you,
what'll happen
Patty.
tomorrow. Kelly, you're good?
Yeah.
Greg? And then George?
I think I can make it work there on the 15th. That's fine for this next meeting. But I'm also going to put out the notion that I guess I'm concerned about. Are we pushing a deadline here? Is there a deadline within a grant or anything like that forcing us to do this on any particular timeline, because honestly, I don't mind pausing on this. I could pause on this for 6 months. I could pause on this until the COVID is done. We've heard that recommendation, and I don't personally see a reason why we can't slow pedal a little bit. I'm not sure we need to. I think I'm leaning toward the common ground recommendations. I'm seeing a lot there as a way forward, but I'm also trying to look at it through the post-pandemic economy lens. So I don't mind taking our time, and I certainly do want to see a consensus on our board before we move forward. But happily, I'll meet happily on the 15th in the afternoon.
George?
I would just suggest maybe we start at noon to 3. 2 hours may not be enough. If we have some space, we should utilize that time to the best of our ability.
Sure.
I would note for Greg and Patty, I think that's a Board of Health day, but we may just unavoidably have some of these.
Well, that happens, and I think this is, the Board of Health meetings, we can watch them afterwards. This is of more importance to me at this point, but,
And that's fine, I just wanted to point that out.
yeah.
And Greg, to answer your question, there's probably a few things that the board needs to keep in mind in terms of the timing of the project. One is we have an EA, a FONSI, that was approved that is on a clock. So if we want to, preserve that opportunity, we're going to need some direction from the board about what to do with that FONSI. And that is.
And what's our deadline on that?
I think it's next
It
summer.
is 3 years after it's approved. I need to look at the date.
I think it
was
might be next summer.
2018. So we're coming up on it in 2021 here. So we'll need to take some substantial action on it. And if it's an amendment to the current EA, we'll want to preserve that FONSI. So that's one piece that I think the board needs to keep in mind, because that's a significant expense and time investment.
So there's a deadline there. It'd be great to have a
Yeah.
schedule so we know when things need to happen in order to meet that deadline. Is it in first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, 2021? It'd be nice to know.
Okay, George and then Kelly.
I don't agree with the idea of making a pause. I think that's coming from just a few members of the community who would just like to stall this out forever. The vision, our committees, our airport committees worked 15 months on this. They spent a considerable amount of time. They've handed it over to us to follow up. I think it's our responsibility to be able to make a decision. And if the decision is not to do anything, that's one decision. But I think the community is looking for our leadership to make a decision on this and not postpone it. COVID, by the time we actually are able to decide what will happen, if we look at the FAA for the west side, that's a year, 2 years out there anyway. So I'm not in favor of a pause. I think it's our responsibility to ask the questions, look at all the information, and be able to make a decision.
Steve?
Kelly?
Thanks. Yeah, I would like to see this board get to a final recommendation. I think that this board has wrestled through and gotten to some hard-fought consensus that any other board may not get to that same consensus, and I think there's a lot of value there. I think as far as like the timing question, a blanket pause, I don't think is really what is being contemplated by anyone, even those who've proposed it. There's each of these recommendations, sort of the way I look at it, run along their own timeline. there are things that we can do right now that are part of this vision, recommendation that would benefit our community and our airport. So I do think that the timing for all of these recommendations runs on their own path in a way and should be part of our conversation and recommendation. And that, as Patty's discussed, that phasing is an important part of that. So, so there's some things that may make sense to do later or to pause, a final decision later. And there's some things that we may want to do right now that are valuable too.
So,
Patty?
yeah, I'm gonna bring back the date of the meeting, because the Board of Health meeting is important. Is anybody free on the 16th, that Friday following?
I'd prefer the morning.
Since it would mean both Greg and I couldn't attend the BOH meeting. I don't know, I mean,
I'd
we
move to
could,
the 16th if we could.
I'd
Is that-
prefer the morning of the 16th if possible.
yeah, if we could do the morning of the 16th, would that work?
Of the 16th?
The 16th, Friday, the 16th?
Yeah, I could do that.
That works for,
Why don't we move,
that works for,
if that's okay, so what do we wanna do, 9 to 11, 9 to 12? 9 to 12, George?
I would give us more time if we can always leave early, but I'd rather not run
You wanna
out.
do another 9 to 1?
That's fine.
Let's do 9 to 1 and, let's utilize the time. If we end early, that's great, but
Yeah, I'm fine with that, and that accommodates the
Then we
Board of
can
Health
go to Board of
meeting.
Health meeting, Greg.
And it might conflict with some CCI or CCAT thing, I don't know, but
I don't have it scheduled now,
this is, I don't have
That's
it
why I
on
do-
mine either,
That's why I do
so.
paper. All right, so sorry for the change, but just, I think the Board of Health meeting is important.
So should we do 9 to 1 again? I
Yeah.
mean, schedule that tentatively, John, does that
That sounds good,
work
that's
for
better,
you?
thanks, Patty.
Well, like I said, if you guys tell me it works for me, I'm gonna make it work.
John, it
so.
works for you.
I'm good with that, 9 to 1, and if it's 9 to noon or whatever, that would be all right.
And no budget that day, John. At least not for us. So are we where we need to go for today?
Well,
for a break maybe.
I would suggest a break, and maybe we can introduce the additional topics since we have some time scheduled on the ADG3 and also the common ground recommendations, the safeguards. I think talking about those a little bit and getting some direction.
Yeah.
I think some of those
So-
will be easy.
How much time do we want? 15 minutes, people?
Sure.
Sounds good. Thank
I
you.
think 15 minutes, this might be our sort of lunch break right now.
Okay, so back at 11:40.
11:40,
Sound good,
grassroots, we're gonna take a
grassroots?
break.
Okay.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. We're going to continue our discussion on the ASE Vision Committee recommendations today on October 7th. And John, we're going on to a new topic now.
Yeah, and I'm going to suggest going out of order a little bit. The Vision Committee recommendations would have the board considering the Airport Design Group 3 and aircraft recommendations yet. I think some of the community safeguards may be a little easier for the board to consider right now, and then to probably come back to the ADG 3 and combine that with the movement of the runway, which we'll be revisiting on the 16th, it sounds like now. So unless the board feels differently, it will start in on these recommendations from the Vision Committee. Okay. So the Vision Committee has made a set of recommendations that they feel are community safeguards, and by that I think the concern is that given the amount of time it will take to achieve any project, they wanted to be sure that there was continuity if there was turnover in either the board or future staff or such, which is likely to happen over the kind of course of these projects. And they recommended 3 community safeguards to ensure that the work and recommendations were not lost in the future. And the first is to adopt the plan by ordinance or resolution. When the board approves an airport layout plan, so that's the map, that is always done by resolution prior to being submitted to the FAA. I think the Vision Committee is looking for the additional assurance that the vision document, the vision for the airport, would be adopted by a formal board action as a vision, so that at the conclusion of these conversations, you adopt that. That can be changed by a future board, but it has to be done in a public setting and such. And I think that's kind of the process that the Vision Committee is looking for there. The second is to appoint a citizen airport advisory board. Not unlike other advisory boards that the board appoints to provide advice and recommendations to the Board of County Commissioners on specific topics. This would be an airport advisory board that would be basically tasked, I think, with one, ensuring that the vision that this board lays out and future boards lay out is being pursued by airport staff, and that we're accomplishing the goals that we want to accomplish. And to also provide advice as airport specific issues may come up in the future. There was a brief discussion about whether the county should consider putting the airport into an authority versus being a county-run airport. After that was discussed, the Vision Committee really settled on it'd be probably more appropriate to have an airport advisory board that could provide feedback and act as a sounding board, really, for the Board of County Commissioners on airport-related issues. And related to that would be an annual report to the Board of County Commissioners and Citizen Advisory Board, just talking about progress in meeting the vision goals. So What are the measures and such? How are we doing on emissions? How are we doing on noise? How are we doing on energy usage and greenhouse gas offsets? What's happening with our employment numbers? Those sorts of things. Continuing on, and we can come back and get the board's thoughts on these. The annual report obviously would rely on having a longitudinal record of data, so getting baseline greenhouse gas and emissions data from models and testing, continuing a measurement program for both air quality and noise, and again, ensuring that those progress reports are delivered to the BOCC and an airport advisory board. Whoops. That was premature. So just bring it back. The committee thought that these were important assurances that the county should consider as we embark on potentially significant changes at the airport.
So should we take these one at a time?
Sure.
So adopting the plan by ordinance or resolution, I think it would be by resolution,
Correct.
not ordinance. I personally would be fine with that. It memorializes it and does just what they want to make sure that we don't forget.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's actually kind of a formal recognition by the BOCC of the work of the committee, that it would validate the work that they did, and I think that would be important. Kelly?
Some resolutions we don't allow public comment, or we don't take public comment on. I would support this with a public comment hearing or a public hearing as well. So I just want that to be clear.
So formal
Yeah.
resolution.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And that does bring up the point, if we do a formal resolution, then we have public comment, we'd be liable to inviting a whole lot of people who are opposed to the major changes at the airport coming out and speaking at that public hearing on that. But that would be the risk we take, or the opportunity that
Call it an opportunity.
that would be an opportunity to hear one more last chance for the public to weigh in.
Mm-hmm.
So it might
Well-
be kind of a lengthy public hearing at that time.
Mm-hmm.
I almost, think we should consider whether we want to have even another opportunity for public comment before this public hearing, just so that if there are any things that fundamentally change it, then we've
Mhm.
considered those prior to adoption.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and we can certainly have that
So
conversation.
that's my preference.
Mhm. So Steve has stated a preference, and Kelly, I think, has added to it to adopt by formal resolution to ensure that there's a first and second reading and public hearing, with the possibility of having kind of another work session or listening session based on those recommendations ahead of that. Is there, Patty's nodding yes?
Yeah, I think it would be
Go along.
wise doing just a whole another airport meeting with public comment period, and we could do a presentation based on what we have come up with from all these series of meetings that we're doing,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
that maybe all align with the Vision Committee the Common Ground recommendation, or there might be differences.
Mm-hmm.
And we could lay that out to the public and then take public comment.
Yeah, there will be some
Yeah.
differences that you'll all have identified that
Mhm.
we would want to lay out. Okay, so
George-
it sounds like
George
there-
has his hand. George?
Yeah, I just, question, back to one of Greg's, comments in terms of, wanting to, sort of put a hold on this process. And then Kelly's comments that you want to have, knowing one or perhaps even two, commissioners have to, new commissioners have to, sort of make decisions. I'm just sort of curious about timing. Would that be done this fall, or are you looking at, next year, and then you'd have a new board?
This fall.
Yeah, I would like to wrap it up this fall first, I mean.
I personally would like to have us do our final decision before the end of the year. And I think,
Well, then, John,
I think,
then John, it's just a question. Then it's just a question, John, in terms of how you fit that into our future agendas, knowing how busy we're getting in the budget season. So that's my only question, concern.
Yep, that'll be a challenge. We'll have to figure that out.
What we always do is special meetings.
Yep.
I don't have a problem with that.
Absolutely. It sounds like we're ready to move on to the recommendation to appoint an advisory board. And again, this would be along the lines of citizen advisory boards that the board uses now.
Patty?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with this. A lot of airports have them. I think Orange County Airport is actually an authority, but the Board of Commissioners sit as the authority. But I don't have a problem. I'm just wondering about time frame. Do we do it? We'll do it, of course, next year after we've wrapped this up and we're heading in a direction, if that's where we are after this first of the year.
I think it makes sense if the board agrees on a vision where we've got a project that we're pursuing. If the board does agree with this recommendation to support a citizen airport advisory board, that board be appointed in time so that as we're going through the conversations with the FAA, any changes that would need to be made or considered as a result of those conversations or future financing, those sorts of things, that advisory board would be available.
So
to
sometime
weigh
in 2021.
But it's up to you guys. at
We
the end of
can,
the
we
day.
can start the process of how we would set it up.
The
So,
scope of
because we
work,
need,
yeah.
we need the county attorney's office to help us with any kind of guidelines and staff to help us, because we'd have staff overseeing the board. But yeah, I don't have a problem looking into it sooner, but I think appointment would be sometime in 2021.
And I would suggest it'd be good to get a new airport director on board and, have their voice in on that structure and in conversation with you all.
Greg?
Greg, you're muted. It's okay, keep talking.
Yes, I agree. I agree with Patty that I do think that it'd be good to have airport advisory board, and probably as soon as we can put them into service.
So I would agree with it also. I think when I first read this, I was thinking airport authority was their recommendation. Now I mean, I totally see the difference. I could totally see an airport, a new citizens board that we would create. I think that would be a wise thing to do, because the public is really interested in the airport. It's an essential part of our community, and I think it would be very wise to actually have a standing committee that could give us recommendations, and we could bounce ideas off of them and whatnot.
Steve, if I could, tagging on to that, I'd be interested in hearing more about the discussion about creating an authority and where it went and why it did not move forward.
Yeah, so typically airport authorities are created through an action of multiple jurisdictions, and so it would be through an intergovernmental agreement with the county and municipalities who would then appoint a governing board. Is typically how it works in Colorado. And oftentimes the authority structure is used. It creates a little bit of a arm's length between the elected policymakers and the board of the airport authority, who is charged with making decisions based on the business operations of the airport and complying with the FAA. And so I think there just wasn't a lot of traction. The folks didn't necessarily see the advantage of changing the whole governance structure to an authority structure versus ensuring that there was an advisory voice at the table, Greg. But in terms of, typically you see airport authorities acting a little bit more independently from bodies like city councils or county commissioners. So there just wasn't a lot of energy. It seemed like a simpler path to put an advisory group together.
Also, one other thought on it. Ultimately, the airport advisory board could morph into an airport authority at sometime in the future if the community felt strongly that, we needed to create an authority with a representative from Aspen, one from Snowman's Village, that sort of a thing.
They're usually elected,
And I think,
aren't they?
would they be elected or
From the
not, I don't
authorities?
know, but
Typically appointed. So for example, the Grand Junction Airport is an authority, and the Board of County Commissioners and the City Council each appoint a certain number of board members.
so,
Sorry, Dave.
but this is a good first step, and I think it's a logical one to get. It's kind of like making the ASE Vision Committee a permanent thing, although it'd be something that citizens would apply for, and the board, BOCC, would have to decide who would be on it. We'd have to decide how many members there would be and all those sorts of things.
Well, the county attorney would help us probably set it
Yeah.
up, but I have a question as far as membership on an advisory board. And looking at an authority, when you say you have city council and board of commissioners, and, we've never taken, and I think there should be a point where we actually sit down with city council in Snowmass Village as far as our decision that we're gonna render on the airport. It's called the Aspen-Pitkin County Airport. It's not just the Pitkin County Airport. So I think that's for further discussion. I just was thinking about it now, John. So if you could tag that somewhere, that I think we need to have. I think it's our responsibility to have that discussion with the other municipalities.
And we can get direction. I don't know if the board has any thoughts on kind of size and scope that would be appropriate for that, or we can dive into that in the future.
Future. Looking at the makeup of our other boards and putting that together.
Okay. I think given your decisions on the first two, number 3 is probably going to be pretty easy.
No, I don't think we should ever have an annual report.
That goes without saying, I think.
And who would put that together? Staff would put that together and bring it back?
Yeah, my sense is, we have not thought through this process, but what I would anticipate is that there'd be some process where it's worked through the Citizen Advisory Board, and then staff to the Citizen Advisory Board, and then to the Board of County Commissioners, so that there's a kind of a joint message there.
So George, I just want to put a little bee in your bonnet. This would be something you could apply for, to be on the airport advisory board.
We're gonna put him on P&Z. Or both.
Yeah, and then these are recommendations, obviously. We have started collecting some baseline emissions data. I think the board is aware of that. We are going to look at expanding those monitoring stations. We're talking about that now. So I feel like the board has already given direction on this piece, unless the board feels differently.
So my question on that would be, is the baseline data we're collecting now, is that sufficient, or do we need to create more monitoring stations or be monitoring different things that we are not now monitoring?
Yeah, so there's two recommendations. One is to use modeling, which was the primary recommendation from the Vision Committee after hearing from some of the air quality experts. And so that process has not started at this point, but that's something that we can initiate, and we certainly have the data to do that. We did do air quality monitoring as part, or air quality modeling as part of the EA, and we also do the greenhouse gas emissions. We've started with one monitoring site, and it's the way this is set up is, it will measure air quality. It's not necessarily speciated between airport and Highway 82. We had that whole conversation.
Yeah.
So we are looking, we're working with our consultant on where additional sites would be appropriate now. So we'll be bringing that back to the board.
And I know the ones that have been suggested would be, I would think somewhere near Cemetery Lane or Buttermilk area, also
Those
suggested down towards Woody Creek or Aspen Village area, since they're right in the flight path.
Yeah, and so those are we know that's been part of the community dialogue, and we're having a conversation with the air quality folks to see what their recommendation is.
Yeah. Kelly?
Yeah, I just would like a little more, who's the consultant is this the group that installed those, or who are we working with on these?
So two different. So for the actual monitoring, it's the group, I believe, out of Fort Collins that we got the air quality monitoring station from, that we're working on for where a location would be. We've been working, and I'm trying to remember, her name is Mary Vigilani. I can't remember her.
For the greenhouse gas modeling.
Correct,
Yeah.
correct. And so that's who the airport has been working with historically on the modeling. So it'd be a different, and it'd be looking to just kind of compare the modeling with the real time and do some assurance there.
I'm trying to see what I'm kicking.
Oh.
There's like massive wires.
So I assume that this is all kind of goes along with your previous consensus.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Grab your plate and we'll leave that down there until we come back.
Oh, yeah, it's deep.
You're having a
Yes.
sotto voce conversation there.
So, in addition to the location of the runway, which is a big decision that the board has asked for more time on, the really last big recommendation to work through is number 12 now, which is to reconfigure the airfield to accommodate ADG-3 Airport Design Group 3 aircraft with wingspans greater than 95 feet, as long as airlines agree that their greenhouse gas and other emissions are significantly lower than the CRJ 700. They are quieter than the CRJ 700, and they have no more than 110 to 120% of the number of seats of the BAE 146, which operated here for about 17 years. and fleet forecast includes planes weighing less than 140,000 pounds maximum takeoff weight.
How did
So-
they get there?
The question is, how do we do that?
So,
Sounds great, but
yeah, so certainly, I think the recommendation, it's not something that we can enforce or discriminate against a certain type of aircraft under our grant assurances. The Vision Committee's recommendation is to seek a voluntary agreement with the airlines around future fleet mixes, and to see if there are certain incentives or such that would entice the airlines to voluntarily agree to that. That is an unknown at this point. We certainly, the idea was by now we would have had those conversations with the airlines. This is one area where certainly COVID, I think, reprioritized, or the airlines reprioritized very quickly as a result of the significant downturn in business. And that's just not been a conversation that's been on the table right now.
Steve,
Yeah,
clarify
Patty.
for me, didn't we, before COVID, weren't we in the first steps of trying to talk to the airlines and reached out to them? And before we could actually get anything, then COVID hit. So it wasn't like we ignored, our effort was there and it got cut short.
We certainly, and the outreach happened after COVID, because the day that the Vision Committee approved these recommendations was our first meeting with the IMT on COVID. And so we did try and pursue them, yeah. Matter of fact, I think I left the last hour of our last meeting at the airport to go to our first COVID IMT.
So that process had
Conversation.
actually, we were already thinking about it. So it's not like it's
Yeah.
something we won't try and bring up again or reevaluate when we have a chance and depending upon where the airlines go in the future.
Yeah, I think the discussion here probably is to work with council and such to see what strategies would be available to us to potentially reach a voluntary agreement.
You
It
mean
is-
legal counsel, not city
Yeah.
council. Let's clarify that.
I'm sorry, thank you, legal counsel, yes, Patty. And, it is not relying, I think the Vision Committee, heard that the FAA's position is, going to be to uphold the grant assurance, but that voluntary agreement may be a possibility. It may not. We have not pursued since those initial efforts to reach out. And this is one I don't expect a decision on today. Obviously, I think it's tied in with the previous discussion that we've already agreed to reschedule for the 16th. And so what I do want to capture is if there's additional questions or information that we should be seeking to gather to help you with this conversation.
I need to step out first.
So, Kelly and then Greg.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think it would really help to present how did the Vision Committee get to such a specific recommendation with regards to, this really gets at fleet mix. So, I want to understand why 140,000 pounds is a cutoff weight. To me, what does that mean for what we heard from, the consulting tech?
Yeah, Alex Siegel.
Yeah. What does that mean as far as planes that need more thrust and length of runway and those kind of things for our airport. You know, I wonder why this separate the runway from the taxiway is here rather than in the other recommendation we talked about today, but that's just a little bit of, I could use some clarification on that. You know, so those are just some initial questions that I had.
And I might be able to shed a little bit of light on that if that's okay. So the basically in the Vision Committee report, and I see you have yours right in front of you there, Kelly, there are the appendices with the aircraft noise and emissions data. And I think what they're looking at is those aircraft that performed better and came closer to our goal had certain characteristics that they tried to match up here versus other aircraft that would be allowed to operate here if we went to a full ADG 3 standard that maybe had worse noise and emissions data than the CRJ 700. So I think they were kind of looking at, hey, there's a certain number of future generation aircraft that fit into this spec that would help us achieve our goals. So I think that's how they arrived at some of the specific numbers, and you can see that in those charts. As far as separating out the separation of the runway, the full ADG 3 standard, and obviously the question of how you achieve it are definitely related. In the conversations, you know, the goal was to separate those two just for ease of decision making, that you could have the decision to go to ADG 3 was separate from where the center line of the runway was. And so they broke that up into two different conversations and recommendations, and that's how the recommendations came down to you. But they are clearly related. You wouldn't do one without the other, probably.
So can I just follow up on that then?
Follow up,
'Cause,
yeah.
you know, as Patty had mentioned, you know, timing and Greg has mentioned timing and phasing and everything is important. And to me, you know, this consideration would come at the end because it has the most unknowns. So, you know, from where I sit, there's a lot of unknowns about what the airlines are going to do with their current fleet. And, you know, we have a fleet mix report that's a draft from 2019. So I think, you know, the ability to rely on concrete evidence in that regard is not as strong as I would like it to be to follow through on this type of recommendation. You know, so I look at, like, if we pursue moving the, you know, not, you know, moving the taxiway, you know, that achieves separating the runway without widening the runway. So it's a little bit of a hybrid recommendation here that preserves some of the time question, I think, related to how do we phase this? What do we know, what can we know about the fleet mix now, and when can we have more concrete information in the future? So I guess that's just my initial opinion about this. I do think that we should dive more into exactly what those trade-offs are that the committee was looking at when they were honing in on such a specific recommendation. And I guess another question I have is, I think I read in the technical committee that they recommended, you know, separate, then widen, then strengthen, or strengthen, then widen. I can't remember which order, but I wonder if that carried through to the final Vision Committee recommendation.
When the Vision Committee made the recommendation to leave the center line of the runway where it is versus moving it 80 feet to the west, it created kind of a natural phasing where the runway would end up being the last thing, that this ADG3 would be the last thing that would happen, because to accomplish that, you have to move the structures before you achieve the separation on the runway. And so I think as they thought through that, they felt like it kind of achieved that at the end of the day anyway, that the runway, actually in our phasing, the Airport Operations Center is technically the last thing done, but
Yeah.
the runway really is not done until 2030 because you got to move everything else first but before it happens. And I think that was one of the attractive elements about the Common Ground recommendation. I don't know if that helps.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
It helps on some of the things I'm thinking about too, so thanks.
So part of my questions on this, John, have to do with, there's different aircraft that their approaching speed is faster than others. And I think that was the difference between the C and the D, maybe. Is that correct? The C is a faster approach speed. And there are like some of the 737s had a faster approach speed, so they were a C3 type airplane.
See if we've got that chart.
Can we have a D3 that the C airplanes wouldn't be allowed to land at? How is that decision made in terms of the approach speed? I think it is maybe tied into the weight of the plane also. The ones that weigh more have to have a faster approach speed to keep flying, I think is part of what the equation is.
Yeah, and we're currently in approach speed D, and Alec had addressed this in his comments. It has more to do with the length of the runway and then the performance capabilities of the aircraft, how much speed they need to carry in case they have to board a landing or such. I was just trying to see, this is the emissions data.
Oh, yeah, we can see.
Yeah,
That's when you have to walk up to the screen.
and I'm just seeing,
Oh, there we go.
yeah, this is all the emissions data, so it doesn't have, we ended up cutting out, so in the appendices though, there's the approach speeds for the aircraft and such, but as we understand, it has more to do with the length of the runway.
So is our runway, is it, the current length of it, is that long enough for the
D.
higher approach speed?
Correct.
Okay, so they would be able to land if they're a class 3 aircraft. The runway's long enough that they would be allowed to land.
And each aircraft gets evaluated individually, but we do have approach speed D GA aircraft landing here.
Mhm. And does the class 3 have to do with the thickness of the pavement and the strength, like the strength of the runway also? Because it's accommodating, I guess, a little heavier of an aircraft?
Yeah, and the strength of the runway is not it's really a design strength for when you would likely have to do replacement and such. And so that's based on the fleet mix study that Kelly was talking about, and ensuring that you're not putting too much thickness or cost into the runway for the useful life, but it wouldn't necessarily prohibit operations of a somewhat heavier aircraft. And so it's not a perfect restriction in that regard.
So it's sort of like you build a highway, then you start running heavy dump trucks over it. It's going to beat up the pavement faster. It's going to need to be replaced sooner just because you're using heavier vehicles on there. It's sort of that same principle.
Yep.
Okay.
And Steve, what I have up now, I do have that approach speed information. So you can see that there's only right now 2 commercial aircraft on this list that are approach speed D, which is the 737 MAX 8 and 737 MAX 7. Neither of those aircraft show up in our future fleet mix that's in your report right now. What does show up is the A319, which does have, a larger noise profile and emissions profile, but that's approach speed C.
Okay, so it's C. C is the ones, we can't make it a C3 runway though,
Not
because
without,
it's long enough to be a D3.
right.
Okay.
It's unlikely that we would.
Okay, I want to ask that question because if we could do that, that would be a way, we could say, well, the 737 MAX just can't land here because it's only a C3 airport.
So it would require a shorter runway, which has weight penalties than in the summer. The reason that the runway was extended was to remove some of the weight penalties of the current CRJ 700, as I understand it. That was right before I got here that those decisions were made. Patty, I think you were here for that conversation, but it's really about being able to allow the CRJ to increase its maximum takeoff weight, particularly during
They
the
could
summer
be in the
months.
summertime on a hot day, they can have
Right, rather than.
more
and
people, more luggage on there
What we
basically.
called it at the time was keeping butts in seats. In other words, not asking people
Very
to
technical.
deplane after they had put, it was literally that. But, can I ask a really quick question though? When you're talking runway length, that does not include the 1,000 square feet. God, am I mixing growth management? The 1,000-foot extension onto the runway, because that extension was designed to just be for,
We were a D before that.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
the-
Because that's not to be
The
used
length
for
of the
regular
runway
operations.
that's counted on the landing is actually the old runway length then.
Yeah.
Mhm.
The other question I have about Steve's thing about the big 737 MAX, there's so many issues surrounding those planes. It's my understanding as far as their ability to operate safely in and out of this airport because of our topographic issues.
Mhm.
I'm not sure they could safely operate one of those planes with full payload on one engine to get in and out of here.
And the FAA would be certifying aircraft, there are a lot of variants, potential engine and body type configurations of that aircraft. So I don't think we could say for sure that it would be precluded based on operating standards from coming in here. But certainly the 737 MAX is, it's on hold right now. And we're seeing that the 737-700 is getting retired out of fleets. And we have not talked to any airlines that would want to operate that aircraft.
And the
in right now.
737B, which is the business, is already coming and going from here.
There are different versions of
Yeah.
that too. So we do have a smaller version. I think it's a 500 that has operated at the
And
airport.
it's come and gone from here and nobody even knew it was coming and going.
So, okay, John, then going back to the original
Yep.
question about negotiating with the airlines. When we're doing negotiation about the type of aircraft, would we also, or could we be negotiating about how many gates they want reserved for them? The location of the gates in the terminal that they would like? Is that part of the negotiation also? Like we could do a trade-off. If they're willing to reduce or, use the type of aircraft we like, we would give them preference on their gates. Is that allowable by FAA rules and
Yeah, and it's not a ton of leverage, frankly, but those are exactly the types of things that we'd be talking about, as well as just the effort that the community has gone through to identify what they want and don't want can have an impact in this conversation.
Okay. Because it seems like that's where we have the leverage is on the design of the terminal, how many gates, if United wants 3 gates, or I don't know how many they would even want, but if we could accommodate them in that respect, would the rent per square foot that we charge them be part of that negotiation also, or potentially?
Yeah, and so that gets into how much we can finance, though, to
build
achieve
a
our
new
goals.
terminal.
So yeah, so and the airlines really are paying most of the fees, through passenger facility fees, through their landing fees and such that pay for the terminal, and they are very aware of that.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
They also know we need a new terminal.
Okay. George.
Greg, were you up ahead of me?
Well, I had raised my hand, but I can wait.
No, I always like to hear from you first, so I can.
We can have a conversation.
Right.
I kind of prefer to read this question as kind of an if-then, right? If the airlines agree to all these conditions we're going to ask them for, then the Vision Committee has suggested we can reconfigure the airfield to accommodate these Type 3 aircrafts. So it's a big if. For me, this is a huge if. I think the longer we wait, the more likely that the airlines would actually to agree to this. But I can't imagine them agreeing to any of this for at least a decade. So luckily, it's going to take a decade to build the runway. So it may be that this problem solves itself, but I do think we need to have a conversation about it. But what I hear the Vision Committee saying is, if the airlines will agree to all these things, then go ahead and do it. And so I'm putting a lot of weight on that, and I don't have much optimism that the airlines are going to agree to fly a certain aircraft in here when they're trying to do a fleet mix that might include the entire nation. They're not going to say, oh, folks, we've got to change our pool of aircraft in order to accommodate Aspen, Colorado, and maybe a couple of other outliers. Let's hope they do. I think that'd be great if we could move the industry, but I don't have a lot of optimism that we can do that. And so I think this one's tough for me.
This is
George?
the toughest one.
George.
Well, I actually agree with most of Greg's points on this one.
Whoa.
Well, let me try again.
Yeah, because I had a problem with the way it's worded as well. As long as that's sort of like it's black and white to me, and I don't think that's the reality. So I would like to reword that, knowing that we are going to do all that we can to achieve these goals through ongoing negotiations with the airlines, with every tool we have in the toolbox, but knowing that may not, part of, some of this may come to pass and some may not, and it may take a decade or maybe even 20 years. So I would reword that to begin with. And then the other points I have is further down, separating the runway from the taxiway. We've had that discussion already. Depending on what we decide in next week, that may answer that. But, currently we are, as I understand, we're under a modification of standards currently that the FAA does not deem safe for any airport, and that's one reason why they want to have this separation. And if one of our community's top goals is safety, then we should be making sure that this modification of standards changes to assure that we have these center lines addressed to ensure the state-of-the-art safety that the FAA is looking at. And then lastly, this last point, I think we can just delete. I think that will be covered now with our new Airport Advisory Committee to keep them involved and engaged in the process.
Okay, Kelly?
Your last point there is an interesting one. I think we should vet whether that honors what the committee recommended. You know, I'm with Greg on how this is worded and also on just the big if question. I can't ever seem to find it when I want it, but somewhere in this giant binder, you know, it lays out the number of operations per Group 3 airplane anticipated to fly in on an annual basis. And planes that don't fit this have a lot of operations on that list. So the A319, I think, you know, so the evidence that we have about what would happen under Design Group 3 is very different from what this recommendation says. And I know that's why they made this recommendation this way. At least that's what I understand, they made the recommendation this way. So hinging that negotiation is significant. Like, it all rides on that to me. Another thought that I had that might help me answer my previous question about moving the runway or not, does it help to keep the runway where it is because it forces the phasing in a certain way where this runway is last and gives us time and therefore information and negotiating opportunity in a way that keeping the runway where it is would not? Like, would the FAA require us to do runway improvements and airside improvements at the same time faster than we may want to because there's nothing causing the runway expansion to wait, so we don't have to move anything? See what I'm saying? So, you know, does either of those strategies help us get to this recommendation better or more concretely? So those are my big thoughts right now.
I'm really confused.
Well,
And I don't know how the FAA would approach that.
Yeah.
So, you know.
I think if you couched it as, you know, trying to determine the fleet, that probably, you know, the FAA would have a challenge with that. However, if, you know, you went with the option of moving the buildings versus moving the center line of the runway, you do know that it's going to be at least 10 years, likely before we meet the requirements for the full ADG3. So maybe the question is more, what are the predictions right now that will happen with commercial aircraft in that 10-year period? So right now we've got 319s anticipated. Would we expect to see more of the A220s, which are desirable or such? It does give time for the next generation of regional jets to become more prominent in fleets. Now, it's difficult to project.
I was going to say, how can we project for the next?
Yeah, and we could ask for expert prognostication on that, but it has that advantage, but I do think it's going to be difficult to.
Well, if we can project that, can we project when COVID will be resolved? To me, it's like, if COVID goes on another year, that sets back our recovery with airlines, et cetera, for at least another year or two, or who knows what the incremental effect will be from COVID affecting them for another year longer or another year and a half longer. what that does to the length of recovery time. So right now, for me, this whole question of the airlines serving us are just so up, it's just so up in the air, because it was already, our ability to negotiate with the airlines was already questionable prior to COVID. Now I think that the airlines can't even negotiate in their own airline right now as to what to do. So that this is a bigger question I think will be answered as time goes on.
Yeah, and I think one of the questions, and you all have brought it up, and you know, are circling around it, is it kind of this either or question, or is it, yeah, I think what George was suggesting was a alternative that would, you know, make it a goal, but not necessarily a requirement, so that we would work towards these aircraft, but you don't wait for that resolution to make the decision, so much as we make every effort to achieve this goal. So that's going to be one of the things that you need to wrestle with, because we, you know, what we have heard, at least from Alec Siebold and others, is that the CRJ 700, well, it's not imminently going away. It is on a timeline, and that timeline probably falls within this, you know, 10 years of this project, and or close to it. And so that's going to be a really difficult conversation that we
I
have
think
to
if
have.
anything is of greatest importance is we keep our seat right at that table. We let the airlines know that we are ready, willing, and able to sit down with them when they're ready, willing, and able to sit down with us. And we just keep that connection and work on bettering that connection as we go along to facilitate or to assist them, and what can we do to help the airlines and vice versa to do what's best for both our community and for their business in moving forward in the next years to come. I mean, I think that to me says, you know, this is something we're not putting by the wayside and forgetting. This is something we're going to keep active in looking at, working with the airlines in the future, now and in the future. I think that's critical.
George, and then Greg.
I mean, back to some of your points, Steve, in terms of negotiation or ability to negotiate with the airlines, whether it be gate preference or fees. You know, as a resort airport, we are the only airport that I know of as a resort airport that does not subsidize the airlines. Steamboat does, Jackson Hole does, Eagle does, Telluride does. They all subsidize, and we don't have to do that because it's such a profitable route for the airlines. So that gives us, I think, a little more of an advantage than these other airports who are actually spending money to ensure that seats are coming in.
Okay, Greg.
I think I'm reminded, George, you would know this better than me, that there was a time when we did subsidize seats. And if we don't have to do it now, that's great. It seems that we don't really need to do that now. Something, looking at prognosticators, there's a financial writers in the air travel business are saying that they're anticipating that the airlines probably will be the most affected industry by the COVID pandemic for a number of reasons, and that the chances that airlines will either be most likely go out of business or be consolidated under conglomerates. So it could mean that we only have one airline choice here, and that's something just we could keep in mind, or that they will need to be subsidized because they'll be operating at a loss. I think what you've said is we're in a better position in that they haven't been operating at a loss, and they're willing. We don't have to subsidize them in recent years, but that has happened here in the past, and it certainly could happen again. But it'd be interesting to, you know, we're talking about competition between airlines that may not even be happening here. And then the final thing I saw was that people are estimating anywhere from, what did we talk about yesterday, 1 to 4 or 5 years for recovery of that part of, segment of the travel industry, the airlines specifically, business travel may never come back, but the rest of the industry is going to be down for several years. So I think, I don't know if it is a hard conversation for me, John. I think, it's like, boy, the airlines aren't going to even talk to us for quite a while. And then they're not really going to talk to us until they actually have the aircraft flying that we'd like to have them fly here. So, if we're looking at a 10-year time frame, as we've said already, the longer we wait to pull the trigger on the runway, the better our information will be. That's where I am with it. So we can certainly keep a seat at the table with the airlines. I'm just not sure. Well, maybe we will learn something from that. I certainly recommend that we do that. But I guess that's it. Thanks.
Yeah, Greg, just as quickly, I don't believe that we've ever subsidized airlines. But what the community has done in the past years back for 1 or 2 seasons is helped in providing some marketing dollars to come in, but we've never subsidized actual seats to guarantee seats coming in.
That's correct, George.
Yeah, I know since I've been here that we've done some marketing when new airlines have come into the market. But I don't know if there were seat subsidies prior to
I don't
that.
think we've ever done that because we didn't want to start that and then not be able to stop that, and we didn't really need to.
So, John, I want to ask the $100 million question. Can we approve this, the ADG3 runway now? We're not going to build it for however many years. When do we actually pull the trigger on it? If we approve it now, does it still have to be approved sometime in the future? A conscious decision by BOCC to go ahead with the runway at that point in time, at which time they could decide not to go ahead with doing the final improvements to the runway.
So and I think that question deserves further consideration. I will say that I think as the FAA begins to provide grant dollars towards moving facilities and such, it will be with the expectation that a project is brought to completion and that project meet their goals. And so I do think now who knows what might change 10 years from now and whether that opportunity opens, but I think I think when this board makes this decision, it needs to be with the expectation that you're committing as a condition of accepting those dollars from the FAA to concluding a project.
But how did that work? We accepted dollars for the EA, so, right?
And the FAA's position is that we should be
Building what
looking
they,
to conclude a project.
so there's always the potential.
How we've talked about that is that we're doing project definition now. And so it is within line of what the next step would be.
Which could
after
happen in the
EA.
future with something that we chose to do today.
And that's why I think the FAA will push back if we do have changes that would require new NEPA. They will push back on paying for those.
Well, unless we have good justification for doing so with technology and whatever.
So if we're basically pulling the trigger now, if we decide this, if the FAA all of a sudden came up with the money, which conceivably they could do it, an act of Congress for economic stimulus money to rebuild America, and all of a sudden there's $300 million sitting there the FAA wants to spend on the Aspen Airport. Whether we're ready for it or not, we'd maybe be crazy to turn them down on that. It might change our time frame considerably if that happened.
That would still be a board decision. And I do think there's only so much work that can happen at once at the airport based on disruption and such. Now, I think it's realistic for that work to be compressed into a 5 to 7 year time frame, which is our original estimate, versus the 10-year time frame, which part of that phasing is getting pushed out because of funding projections and such. But I don't see it getting crashed into a much smaller time frame given the scope of projects, regardless of the alternatives that you're looking at, unless it's to do nothing. That we could complete right away. So,
Okay. Kelly?
Well, and it's also, you know, fair to hammer home, I mean, the FAA's top goal was the separation of,
correct.
you know, so I feel like, aren't arguing over that.
Yeah,
You know,
exactly.
so we are advancing their primary goal and hoping in exchange for other things that we want to do.
In a way that more falls in line with what our community needs are and our community vision is and our community wants.
But I don't think you should view this as a decision that once you make it, it's going to be easy to change down the road.
Yeah.
And as far as deciding on this, number 12, today, I'd rather put it with
Mhm.
the decision on, did we already say that when I was, the decision for the 17th?
Yeah, 16th, I think. But,
16th, whatever day we picked.
Yeah,
You can come on
and that was the
Saturday.
Which
intent.
day did we pick?
It's helpful for us to hear some of your dialogue and questions around this so that we can frame up that discussion and help bring information to
16th.
the table for the 16th. Okay.
I have just,
Kelly?
I want to just revisit, you know, this last bullet here, because George had offered something different. So I think we need to think about that and, you know, either talk about that now or come back to that. And then, you know, I think we've identified that this could be worded more clearly. I think what the problem is that we can say, if airlines agree that, then we do this. What we don't have is, if airlines don't agree that, then what do we do? So, you know, I think we need to think about that, and I think we should just say that more clearly here, or understand what those ramifications are. Because that's the piece that's
Mhm.
the struggle.
George?
So Kelly, I think what I was suggesting on this last point, that was of course put in prior to COVID, where the committee thought that we were going to be able to engage the airlines right away. And now we know that could be years away, so it just doesn't seem like it's relevant. But what would be relevant is to engage and utilize the airport advisory board to keep them up to speed on what's happening. So that's why I made that suggestion.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
I understand. I guess I just, you know, wonder if the vision committee members are the ones who want to be weighing in on that, and what their role is in an advisory committee is unknown, so.
So until such time as we have an advisory committee, we'd have to rely on the vision committee.
Right.
And just I think the vision committee had anticipated that those conversations would happen quickly within 90 days of the March 10th, I believe it was, the decision. And obviously because of COVID and everything that happened, that wasn't possible. And I think the idea was, you know, kind of a 3-month, a quick reconvening. And I suspect there's recognition that COVID did potentially change that. But it is up to the board. You know, on one hand, you have a vision committee that worked through this for 18 months and spent a lot of time, has some baseline knowledge and background. That's not necessarily going away. Versus we don't know what that new committee would look like or what the makeup is. So it's just something for you to consider.
Craig?
Yeah, I think that the implication I got is that if things didn't go the way we thought, they would want us to come back to them. The only reservation I had was about the no more than 14 days. That's probably an optimistic estimate. I don't know, but I certainly think that we would ask them to come back in. They've done the heavy lifting on this. They've contemplated this. They've constructed these questions. The if-then dilemma that we're talking about here, I would definitely want to bring them back in. And I just, I know they're listening. John Bennett just sent me a letter talking about what we're talking about after reading the
We all
paper
look at
I
our
think
phones.
yesterday too. So I think that I would say definitely we
send
want to
it on to all of
reconvene
us.
them, going along with their desires, and I'm sure they'll understand. And if they don't have to participate. But I'm sure we'll have a nucleus that will, and I think that'll be very important.
Okay, John, George, go ahead, George.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be interesting to have a quick conversation with John, but my sense is they did do that heavy lifting. They spent a lot of time. They've now passed it on to us and looking for us to consider all of their recommendations, and some we may be tweaking, and others we may not be tweaking. But I think they're leaving it in our hands now, and I'm not seeing how we would utilize them any further. I mean, given that we'll have public hearings and a 2-read on the resolution, anyone will certainly have an opportunity to opine on what our final decisions are.
So, we haven't actually reconvened the Vision Committee, but we could invite them into the Zoom call when we are doing our October 16th meeting, perhaps, or maybe a subsequent meeting when we be taking more public comment. Because by that point, I think we would have made our informal decision. We want to go forward with whatever our proposed resolution would be like the final work session, where we're ready to bring a resolution forward. We're going to do one more public hearing at that point, and at that point we could give the Vision Committee a bigger role in that, to especially invite them so they can be sort of participating in the work session with us. Just a suggestion how to involve them at this point. Kelly?
So my question is a little bit related to modification of standards, which has come up. So I guess I'm wondering, if we were to put a project forward to the FAA that says, we will separate the runway, but we will not widen it unless the airlines agree to X. Can we do that? Will we get grants to do that? Is that, what are the, we'll still have current modifications of standards because of our sloping runway, et cetera, so this has been a big question that is still hanging out there. So I wonder if this falls under that, and if we know enough to know what the outcome would be.
Well, certainly the FAA has relayed to us that they would not fund a project that doesn't fully meet the Group 3 design standards to the greatest extent possible. That's certainly been the agency's consistent position. As we brought in advisors and such in the Vision Committee process, that was confirmed, and mostly it's the non-discrimination clause around aircraft that would, prevent the FAA from, allowing us a modification to standard that wasn't based on physical limitations versus policy limitations. Now, the sloping runway is a physical limitation kind of issue versus a policy limitation kind of issue. So, but that's something that we can explore with council more.
Okay.
I would note we're coming up on almost 1 o'clock. I think we've got a lot to cover already on the 16th. I think we're gonna need to work with John Ely's office on having council present to speak to the privatization issue. Kelly, I think the modification to standards kind of questions that you're asking. It sounds like we will want somebody from engineering perspective to be addressing some of the questions around the ICAO standards and the development intensity between the different options. So those would be additional voices. I guess, do we need any more voices right now around fleet mix? Or
I don't,
I
because
wasn't, I was very clear on the others as
Yeah.
far as additional voices there, but
Fleet
not
mix is
necessarily
still so
on
up in
fleet
the air
mix.
for me,
And
because
then
it-
we've captured a lot of questions, obviously, from the board that we'll try and work through on the 16th.
Yeah, my big question on that would be if we decided to move the runway over, would we be able to do that all on the east side with the current level by putting some of the parking farther to the north and spreading it out? Do we have room to do all that? Which I think would just take a little design, somebody who designed the other one needs to design that and see what number of aircraft they come up with.
Yeah, I think actually it's probably even a little bit easier in terms of just looking at the ramp space that's required to meet the ICAO standards and how close we are on the east side with that. So I think that's something we can
Because our
do.
goal was to accommodate the same number of planes to park.
Yeah,
Not
yeah.
increase necessarily, but to accommodate the existing.
Same number and put the designated parking with,
Right, and to do
Now-
that, though, it takes a lot more space
What
to
it-
do
yeah,
that.
yeah.
What it probably
standards.
would preclude is the ability to expand in the future without going to the west side. So we'll look at that and bring that back.
Mhm.
Thank you all.
Let's
Another,
Greg
Greg,
has-
Greg gets
John?
last,
Just the last thing, John, just when, and we're gonna have a GR, maybe, I don't know if we need any, but other experts, just on what is the construction, what are the inputs? And Kelly brought this up earlier, thinking about it. Not only we're talking about square feet of additional asphalt or concrete, but we're also talking about what is just the process of taking the existing runway and actually modifying it. It could mean they have to scrape the thing up to a certain extent, just using the base. And, I'm just not, we have to make sure we understand what we're gaining or losing regarding carbon, emissions or concrete inputs, because moving the runway may not save as much as we think, or not moving the runway may not save as much as we think in terms of actual material inputs, because they may have to tear a bunch up. It will save a lot, perhaps, in terms of grading and all that beneath the surface. But there may be more to it than, and so I just want to make sure we have somebody who could speak to that. And I think that we've got the answers already, and that it would be a shorter turnaround. I heard what Rich said, and that makes sense to me. But I also know that if they're going to resurface something, what does that actually mean? And, there's still a lot of inputs coming down. This is going to be a big, carbon-intensive project to build, no matter what we do. But I just wanted to make sure we've answered all those questions.
Sure, Greg. So we'll have somebody here. We'll probably have Bob Jones from Kimley Horn join us, who's been looking at that from an engineering perspective. And I think you're on the right track, that basically what gets saved is some of the excavation and groundwork, that there's probably, that the airfield itself has been built in stages over time, and so a lot that's above the groundwork would probably need to be replaced as you made that change.
Yeah, tagging on to Greg's question, I can envision a thing like they're doing on highways now where they're recycling the asphalt right on the site and repaving a lane of the interstate, right there on site, hardly having to haul in any new material.
We did a lot of that with the extension. We actually had a concrete plant on site,
Yeah.
so trucks didn't have to travel.
So I could see if we're, no matter what we do, if we have to take the whole surface of the existing runway off when we're doing the rebuilding, which we might, I don't know. That's your question, Greg. Can we just reprocess that same material on site, possibly save a lot of time and expense and trucking back and forth, and maybe speed up the process?
And so that may be something as we get into design versus
Yeah.
vision too, because I don't know that we've done the analysis on.
And
on
carbon
all that,
sequestering cement, concrete.
So,
Yeah. Okay. Great meeting today, everybody. Thank you. Thank you, Andrew and Grassroots, for being faithfully here
Haven't
for us
introduced our
always.
new- He's not in the room right now.
Yeah, you just went out to feed the meter. I didn't know how long you guys had.
So our next meeting will be on
Our next meeting's Tuesday.
Tuesday at, I think, 10 in the morning. I can't remember now, but all right. We're signing off for today. Thank
See you then.
Thanks, Grassroots.
Thanks, Grassroots.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Goodbye.